Good afternoon, everyone. Ooh, good afternoon. I said, where are some people in the building? Good afternoon. We're calling this meeting to order. We're excited to have this initial meeting to begin the work for our superintendent search. We have Monica Rosen from Alma Advisory Group joining us today, and who'll be leading us through our agenda. With that, I'll pass it over to you, Monica.
All right, thank you very much. It's so nice to see you all in person today. My understanding is that my presentation is ready to show up on the display whenever we're ready, and I'll be able to guide us through our slides. We can move right to slide 2, which is going to describe for us our planned agenda. So this evening is the official kickoff with Alma Advisory Group for the superintendent search in Durham Public Schools. I can't tell you how thrilled our team is to be partnering with you in this search process. We're really excited to be here and to get things going. Over the course of the next few hours, we have a few important topics to cover. We'll start with welcome. I'll do a very brief introduction of myself since I wasn't at the interviews of the search firms. And we're going to start by discussing as a board your shared agreements and your shared purpose, the things that you all want to hold true to as a board when you carry out this process. We're then going to have an overview of the search itself and some early topics of conversation or decisions. So this evening, we're not planning to bring anything up to a vote unless the chair, vice chair, legal counsel think that's appropriate. Tonight is really mainly about hearing from each of you what's important to you as you are directing this process together as one governing body. So we'll talk through what some of those early decisions might be. And I'll share some of those in a moment. The third thing we're doing tonight is brainstorming key elements of the job profile. So I'll be explaining a little bit about Alma's approach to screening in a way that mitigates bias every step of the way. And one of those big steps is getting shared agreement early on about the things that are most important to all of you collectively in recruiting and screening candidates for the role. Finally, we will be discussing the plans and priorities for community engagement. So we'll have the opportunity to discuss the things that are important to each of you as board members in this process, and the ways in which you can share your information with us about community organizations, community leaders, and others that you want to make sure as board members are engaged throughout the process. And then we'll end with next steps. Any questions? Okay, we'll dive right in. Move on to.
Can I just say one more thing? Ms. Smith is putting this presentation in board docs. So in about 3 minutes, y'all should be able to access that as well.
Thank you. Yes. As I mentioned, there's some sort of early decisions. These are kind of the big priorities for today's conversation. As I already mentioned, the shared agreements and shared purpose, looking at some of the key dates and timeline and meeting cadence with the board, talking about the different roles that support the search itself, want to discuss incoming board members and what role the board would like them to have in this process, how you would like them to be engaged, and community engagement priorities, setting the date in particular, if we can. We have a proposed date for when we could come on site and meet with your community. So first, a little bit about myself. I'm sitting here before you, the daughter of immigrants, the youngest of 4 kids. My family's from the Dominican Republic, so English was my first language until I went to school. One of my earliest memories was my big sister sitting me aside and saying, when you go to school, no one's going to call you Monica. They're all going to call you Monica. So if you hear Monica, they're talking to you. That was that. That was my English name. I had to figure it out. But my whole career in life has been about having an impact in public education. I actually decided in high school that was something that was really important to me. And I worked at Chicago Public Schools in the HR space, left 13 years ago to begin consulting around the country in education, and then just about 8 years ago, launched Alma Advisory Group. You're getting to work with a Black Latina entrepreneur who is decidedly not really a risk taker, but went out on my own to create a business that was really mission driven. And everyone who works at Alma is all about having a positive impact with the work that we do. And in this work, what we see is this is the very most important decision you're going to make as a board, who your next leader is going to be. 2 of you are going to be leaving in June. I am standing for you as this being your lasting legacy and honoring that. And what we see when we lead superintendent searches is that the way you carry this out sets the stage for you to make decisions with your eyes wide open. No person is perfect, right? And to learn together as a board how you will set your next leader up for success. So I'll be sharing a little bit more about that as we get through this evening, but wanted to start by sort of grounding our work together in this shared priority that each of you have set. You know, we know that this vote to select Alma Advisory Group wasn't a unanimous vote, but I've had the opportunity to speak with each and every one of you. And it's been very clear to me that you are all committed to moving forward together, unified, to get the best possible outcome for the students of Durham. And that's really encouraging to me. So I wanted to start with that. A lot of Alma's work is about creating the conditions where people can do their best work. So we help school systems with how they're hiring and training teachers, how they think about leadership pipelines and who gets tapped on the shoulder to become the next principal, to become the next lead administrator. When it comes to superintendent search, my goal is that you can all say at the end, we did our best work as a governing body because of the way we engaged in this process. So it's important to me that as I'm working through this with you as your partner, as your facilitator, that we're creating the spaces where you all feel seen and heard, where each of your voices are valued and listened to and respected. And we expect the group to disagree. We want the diversity of points of view. You make better decisions because you see things differently from each other. That's how we get to better decisions. So we want that, and it takes work and effort to get to the place where I'm going to call what some people call that productive struggle, you know, that place where we may disagree, but we're coming to shared understanding. We're making shared agreements together. And that's going to be as important as some of the other things we discussed today around the profile and the, you know, community engagement and all those pieces. So I just want to share that with you all up front. Okay, we can move on to the next slide. That's just a little bit about Alma. We can move on to the next slide. I'm the only one here with you today, but there are a team of 5 Alma team members that are supporting this search. 2 of them are going to be here in person with me when we meet with your community. So we have Sylvia Flowers, who you already met. She is playing in the role of second chair for this search. That means that she's really leading Alma's team on the ground, keeping the wheels moving, making sure we're attracting strong candidates. She's doing a lot of the first round screening or interviewing of our candidates. And she is very likely to be with me, with you in many of our interactions together. I should say I'm leading the search, so I'm your main point of contact. I'm the one that's going to be interacting with each of you throughout the entire process, and I'm overseeing the whole thing. Eliana Pereira is our chief of staff. Eliana is doing a lot of the project coordination and making sure if there's anything happening with your staff, that they are well informed, they have all the tools they need, they have everything they need to support this as best as possible, not feeling overwhelmed or given information too late to do things. Nita Lasapanko is in charge of analytics. So when we issue the community survey, She's doing a lot of the data analysis that we'll be presenting back to you. So you won't get to see her in person, but she's behind the scenes doing a ton of great work for us. And then Nadja Thompson. Nadja is in charge of recruitment and sourcing. So he's the one who's out there finding all the amazing people that no one knows who they are yet, and talking to them about Durham and getting them into the fold as applicants. So that's our team. So I wanted to start with a conversation about shared agreements. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share some shared agreements and ask you all to comment on them, to think about one or two that really resonate with you. And we're really thinking about the whole process. So the question, oh, sorry, can we move to the next slide? So the questions we're trying to answer is, how do we want to show up for each other in this process? How do I want to show up as myself in this process? So I'm going to share some ideas that many of you or all of you will be familiar with. But then I want to open it up for the group to talk about what agreements feel really important to you. What might you add to this list? What might you remove from the list? So how many of you are familiar with Glenn Singleton's work, Courageous Conversations About Race? Okay, I expected lots of you or all of you to be familiar with it. So even though his work is centered around courageous conversations about race, there is so much applicability between these 4 agreements and the kind of work that you're doing collectively. So I wanted to share those agreements, and I wanted to share some other ideas and then hear what you all have to say. So the first is to stay engaged. I think the earlier conversations tend to be easier, and then at some point we have to make difficult decisions. And what's important is that we're tuning into whether or not we're staying engaged in the discussion. So sometimes something's not hitting us right, and we disengage physically or literally, like leave the room. What we're trying to do is, if you feel yourself disengaging, sometimes it feels like I really want to check my cell phone, or I think I need to leave the room, or you find yourself shutting down, like you're not processing what's happening in the room. The invitation is to tune in. What's happening that's having me be uncomfortable right now? And then raise the flag with your colleagues to be able to say, there's something that's occurring. I'm uncomfortable. I want to name it. I want to name the discomfort. Well, I want to name what's going on for me. If you can lean into it instead of the easy part, which is to disengage, you elevate the discourse every single time with your colleagues. The second thing along those lines is the willingness to experience discomfort. It means sharing things that might not be fully formed thoughts. And I just got to say, that's really hard to do when you are a public official in a public meeting that's being live streamed and recorded. And that's just what it is. And the more you can be willing to experience discomfort in the process, that the better decisions we get to make, because it takes some risk to put yourself out there and express yourself that way. Which leads me to speaking your truth. There are a lot of uncomfortable truths that each of you are trying to address from your respective seats as board members. And there will be times you want to speak openly with each other about where maybe we're not showing up as our best selves, or maybe we are, you're struggling with something, unsure how to address a thing, right? The more that you can speak your truth in this setting, the more that your colleagues can understand where you're coming from, and we get to a better place. And then finally, expecting and accepting non-closure. So I'm just walking into this room and you all are in the middle of your journey together. There was lots that happened before I got here. There'll be lots more that will be happening after I leave. We're not going to solve all the world's problems in the next 4 hours. Sadly, I know we want to, but, and so, there will be times when we unearth things or unpack something, and then we're not sure what to do with it in the moment. And we have permission not to resolve every single thing, and to know sometimes it's the beginning of a conversation that has to continue. And so to the extent we can expect and accept non-closure, that takes some of the pressure off of the work that we're doing together. So I want to add a few other things here and then would love to hear reactions from the group. The first is to relax and be a learner. So we're not making any big decisions tonight. And for the majority of our time together, we're not making huge decisions. So I'm inviting you all to engage as learners in this process. We're all learning how to do this. Our process is going to look different from what you might be familiar with or what you've seen. And so let's all enter this with curiosity and knowing it is your process, right? So you're not going to be told you have to do something you're not collectively comfortable with. So relax and be a learner. Confidentiality when appropriate, huge qualifier there. Obviously, if we're in a public meeting, it's all open public conversation. There's some pieces that are confidential. For example, when we're discussing candidates, right? So there are pieces of this where you're all having collective understanding that confidentiality is needed. And then if we're going to experience discomfort and speak our truths and have non-closure, we got to assume the best of each other, the positive intent that everyone is bringing to this table. So those are some suggestions. I would love to open it up to the group. Yes, Alexandra, what's resonating for you? What are some things you want to add, change?
Thank you so much, Monica. Before I say that, I just want to welcome, so Mr. Wendell Tabb is an incoming board member. And so I just wanted to acknowledge, that he's in the room. And I was actually preparing, but we'll just follow the process. I guess for now, I just wanted to welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. What are you liking from what I'm describing? What feels like would be a helpful shared agreement for you yourself to bring into this process?
I like everything that's listed here. And I think
Is your mic on?
it is.
Okay.
So I can speak louder though if I need to. I like everything that is listed here. And I think don't have this well formulated, but how do we make sure that we keep our students and educators at the center of everything that
that.
we do?
Yes.
And as we continue to have these complex conversations, this hire is one of the most important things that we do as a board, and we need to make sure that our students and the educators in this community are centered in everything we do.
I love that, Bettina. Thank you. Alexandra and then Emily. Go ahead, Alexandra.
We're gonna do this all. I loved that you you named the discomfort. I think that is something that is healthy, and that there's a lot of assumptions about like folks having differing opinions or being on taking it from different angles, and actually that's the best bet in terms of democracy and in terms of governance. When we can all come with our experiences, which are diverse, our priorities, which sometimes, might look a little different, but I think that we're all aligned. And I loved how our board chair just really brought it back to serving students, right? And serving our families. I mean, our students are the heart of everything that we do. And so things will get a little, there might be some discomfort, most likely. But that one's really spoke to me because I think nothing about this is already set in stone, and the community also needs to know nothing has been already pre-baked, predetermined. We're doing governance real time, right here, right now, today.
Absolutely. Thank you. Emily.
I think stay engaged. I like what you said about that. And what comes to mind, and this is speaking my truth on this, is that we have had a lot going on and we have been through a lot, and there is some level of burnout that I know I have experienced and perhaps others. And I think engagement can be hard. And it's not just the board,
Yeah.
but by any means, but I appreciate that reminder, what you said, just tuning in, the reminder to tune in. Expect and accept non-closure. I appreciate that. It's very difficult for me. And then the other one that I like, you kind of mentioned this, would be a learner, but approach one another with curiosity. And you mentioned that word, but just for us to really, as we engage in these dialogues, seek to understand where other people are coming from.
Thank you. I'm writing this down so that we're capturing those things so that we can bring them up in future meetings as well. Excellent. Thank you, Emily. Jessica?
I really appreciate all of these. These are great. I appreciate the additions. My truth is the sitting with the discomfort is really challenging for me. Conflict is it feels uncomfortable for me. And yet I recognize the value in that. And I really appreciate that being on this list. What helps me with that is the assume positive intent and approaching things, remembering to approach things as a learner and with curiosity. And I think I just have to keep reminding myself that I'm going to be doing that and my colleagues will be doing that too. And we're here to learn and grow together and support the children and youth of Durham. So.
Excellent. Thank you, Jessica. Go ahead, Millicent.
Thank you for bringing these values to the table. I think they resonate with all of us and everything that people have added. One of the things that stands out to me is what Ms. Umstead said about keeping our students and our educators at the forefront. And I think the thing for me is that, and that I am going to constantly need to be reminded and want my colleagues to be reminded of, is that we do have work that we have done with the community based on the strategic plan and bringing that to the forefront of this process, because we want to continue to see that work move forward. So I look forward to all those things together.
That's extremely helpful. Some of your colleagues have mentioned that to me in our conversations as well, that there has been, and you all have been engaged with your community, have lots of insights and information already. Our intention is not to duplicate the work that's already been done, but to build on it. So I think it's an important reminder for us to make sure that the ALMA team is collecting what's already known and gathered, especially before we come on site and meet with community. Yeah, Giovanni.
A really good point, Ms. Rogers, and that made me think as well. Well, first, I'm sorry, y'all probably saw me over here texting. I was still trying to make arrangements with my kids for today and tomorrow, but I think I'm here now. I'm listening to this agreement, so like, well, okay, I cannot engage yet, but I'm done. But no, with what you said resonated, because I even think about our legislative agenda. When I just looked at that and what we're going to present, when you think about what our values are and where we stand, there's just artifacts that we've already created and pulled together regarding what our principles are, what our values are. You can look to see where we're spending our money and our budget. So I feel like we've done a lot. We've done a lot of this work that's already out there to be built upon to help us mold the superintendent blueprint that we're looking for. So thank you.
So Monica, I appreciate you calling us to these shared values and having conversations with us individually where you see how aligned we are. Like Jessica, I do not love sitting in with discomfort at all. And that's especially true in these kind of situations, because I believe just as much as we are interviewing candidates are interviewing us, watching us and watching the way we work together and govern. And so I just call myself to be my best self in everything that I do in this space. Because I think it's super important.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, Natalie, because and we'll be continuing to talk more about this, but it is very true. Your candidates are watching your meetings and asking themselves, do I want this collective group of beautiful people to be my next boss? How do they interact with each other? Do they seem high functioning? How are they interacting with staff? So you're absolutely putting forth, showing the world who you are in this work. And it's another big reason why we want to facilitate this process so that you're getting that shared common ground in the work that you're doing. So I really do appreciate that, Natalie. And your interview starts now, you know, and started probably before this. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Important call out. Yeah. Any other comments? All right, thank you so much. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just to piggyback on that last one, anybody who wants to come work in Durham needs to know Durham. And while our values there say stay engaged, experience discomfort, speak your truth, expect and accept non-closure, there's one that I will add, and it's about, and I think it's been referenced before, but it's keeping in mind those that are not in these seats. Because we happen to have been elected, some of us, are seeing the end of our term. However, there's a broad community that has a commonwealth of knowledge, and I always bring that commonwealth of knowledge here. And I will be criticized for, keeping my ears and my eyes like on top of whatever feedback is coming in, because it's real time, and I do get real time, and I take this seat as serious as like the people that are with me here, right? It matters to me that there is that nuance, that there is that for anybody who wants to lead this district to understand that this is a very involved community of stakeholders who hold a wealth of knowledge. And if you don't want to hear from community, may not be the place. And I know that this is going to speak to the hearts of the true leaders who are going to understand Durham and the way that Durham does things. I listened up until the very last minute because I want to continue to represent constituents, especially marginalized constituents. And I'm not going to change that regardless of who gets discomfort, like who experiences discomfort about the way that I lead or has a criticism to bring to me about the way that I lead. And so to me, I guess the other agreement is to acknowledge that there's the power sharing is not just in this table, it's broader than that, to the community that actually put us here, place us here, but we can't take that for granted. So I guess I don't know what the word would be, Monica, but maybe like invite. I don't know what the community is always very present. I think the community is always watching. The community is present.
Yeah. It's actually the perfect comment towards the next thing that we need to do, because in addition to our shared agreements around how we want to work together in this process, we want to create your shared purpose in how you want to carry out this process. So I'd love to move on to the next slide. So we have basically just put 2 sentences up here that we would like this group to co-edit, co-create. And so we want to understand what your shared goal is, and we want to understand how you want to lead this search process. So we've got some sample words in here for you to begin with. You might like those, or you might have other things in mind. So what I'd like to do first, I just want you all to know there are notebooks and Post-it papers in front of you with pens. Feel free to use your own computers, your own whatever. Would love for you to just take a minute and answer on your own. What would you say your goal is, your shared goal? What would you say the purpose is? How do you want to lead that? So I'll give you just 2, 3 minutes to write up on your own, and then we'll come back as a large group to hear what you wrote down. How are we feeling? Ready? So what I'd love to do is see if anyone's willing to kick us off. We'll take the first sentence first. And then we'll ask anyone if you want to build on what your colleague said, anything you would add, adjust, change. And I will write up on this chart paper here so you can see what your work is. So first is, our goal is to, so who wants to share?
I said, welcome and empower the next superintendent.
I said identify a candidate that is the right fit.
The only thing I added to the goal, because I like what's already there, is along the lines of what my colleague, board member Byer said, which is support. So ideally support this transition for this next person.
I did not have anything more creative than what you already have. I hope we recruit, screen, and select. But I like everything that my colleagues have said thus far.
When I think about core values, and this is also connected to those shared agreements, I think DPS has a commitment to be an anti-racist organization. We have a policy all about that. And so I think we do have to acknowledge how racism, oppression, privilege are going to show up in this process, and how we are working to bring in a candidate who can name and acknowledge and address those. And that feels like a really poignant core value for us to make sure we're considering. And I think this is similar to what Ms. Valladares said on the previous slide about also making sure the voices that people aren't in the room are still guiding our decision-making process. Those both would be in the purpose. Sorry, I jumped right in and I stepped out to the restroom, so I missed. But all of that would be in the purpose for me. I think the goal is very clear. Need to hire somebody.
For the goal, I I added to authentically engage in the screening process for the best selection across the diverse, well-qualified candidates.
I don't have anything to add in the section in the red. I just have a trailing thought after it says the next superintendent of Durham Public Schools, because I agree that we're here to recruit, screen, and select. But I want like for it to be a comma, acknowledging that we all hold our own implicit biases around who that person should be. And I'm gonna go as far as saying the image of what that leader looks like, talks like, moves like, who he engages, whose voices he counts, who's at his cabinet level, who are his primary stakeholders. So it goes endlessly, but that we have to acknowledge our own implicit bias based on who we imagine or who we'd like to imagine.
Or he, she, or them.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
Considered saying something like that. Excellent. Thank- Our purpose? Emily.
I had a little bit more to say about that, but I said a search process that is thoughtfully designed and executed and done with the most marginalized / vulnerable students in mind.
And I want to share that, and I'll be sharing a little bit more about individual conversations I've been able to have with board members. But it'll be no surprise to all of you that there's a very shared concern for your most marginalized students. And that's come across very clearly. So it makes sense to me as a shared purpose up here. Any other core values that are important for the board or for Alma to be accountable for as we carry out the process?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Natalie.
The recruit part is super important to me, that we find someone that is successful where they are, and we I've had experience with firms that have kind of a group of dissatisfied people that they're kind of moving around, and that to me is a very different process that we do not want.
And we're going to have dedicated time to talk about the profile and that criteria that you have in mind, but that's a very helpful thing to call out right away. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, just a core value that I just wanted to add is respect. One of the things is that we didn't get to this point in 2024 without hard work that has actually elevated our test scores, our student scores. We've been featured by New York Times. So to me, it's about respecting the predecessors, including we have an interim as well. Everybody's adding to where we're at right now, but especially Dr. Mubenga, Dr. Pascal Mubenga, our former superintendent, and that work. And so I think it's an acknowledgement again, but it's also respect for the work that has already happened. And as we are leading this process, that in no way do we disrespect not just an individual or a leader, but communities that have actually worked with such leader, person, individual, so that there is that acknowledgement of respect.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so what we will do is we'll take this conversation and we will revise these, the Alma team will, and share them with you at our next conversation so you can see what this is. What's important about the shared purpose for us is that these really become the guiding principles of the way you carry the search out. So if there's ever a decision you have to make, we can go back to the shared purpose and say, is this in keeping with our shared purpose or not? If you're ever questioned about a choice made or a direction that you went, you can always come back to your shared purpose to explain why you made a decision the way that you made it. So it becomes a real grounding force for us as we're moving through this process. So thank you for doing that. And what I'd love to do now is move on to the next slide. We're now going to talk about what I'm going to provide an overview of the search process, and I'm going to lay out a few key topics of discussion for us. So if we move to the next slide, in the next two slides, I'm going to share a very high level overview of our potential timeline here. I'm going to share where there is some give and take and how I, as we've just been plotting out literally week by week here, how this could go, what we see as some of the places where the time could stretch or contract depending on the decisions that you make. So this slide provides like a 50,000 foot. We're like up in the helicopter here looking down at the trees. But essentially what this slide is telling you is that April is the prime time to get your position advertised and for Alma to start recruiting as fast as possible and to engage your community in this process. I'll share a little bit more detail about what that could look like. May is all about getting your candidate pool solidified and beginning screening of candidates, which means that June is your prime time for determining your finalists, getting to that finalist stage, and hopefully holding your finalist interviews. Now, it's the end of June and into early July that gets a little bit tricky because the end of your school year is June 7th, I believe. And it's, so how you decide to carry out the finalist interviews, which we don't have to decide today, may determine like what you can do with candidates around the end of the school year and whether you want to wait till after the school year's complete before you engage your finalist candidate or candidates in the process. So depending on how late in June you're interviewing your candidates, what might happen is in June, you might get to the point of selecting your candidate. Or you might find yourself bumping up against that July 1 before you can finalize the selection of the candidate. According to our plans, the way we think, well, I'll move to the next slide, actually. So this is my lovely spring colored slide. And each color here represents a different month. And this is proposed, okay? This is for our discussion. But the way that it looks to us is that today we're confirming key roles, activities, we're discussing this timeline, and we're setting priorities for community engagement and for the profile itself. By April 19th, we would like to confirm and post your job profile. Now, I just want to name, this is our recommendation. Some boards choose to wait until they've completed community engagement to create the job profile. Because of your timeline, we think you've got to do both of those things together. So the board, do your best with all of the information that you have to build a profile, knowing that after community engagement, we will come back and revisit the profile and revisit the screening interview questions and things like that with the knowledge of what your community shared and where there might be implications for the role. So we're proposing that by April 19th, we get the job posted and we begin recruitment in earnest for the role. Then we would like to have a community survey launch also in the month of April, not too long after that. So May, we're we'd like to propose your community site visit the week of May 6th, which is a Monday, May 6th through the 8th. You have a board meeting on Thursday, May 9th. So our proposal is that we come and meet with community members May 6th through the 8th. We're going to spend a lot more time talking about what that is. But then at the latest, by May 24th, Alma would come back to share everything we learned in those community conversations, as well as in the community survey. We would absolutely want that to be in a public forum where the community can hear what Alma learned and can hear the board's reactions to what Alma learned and what it means for how it influences your screening of your candidates. End of the month, by the end of the month, we expect to be able to engage the board to actually meet specific candidates. What we would then hope to be doing is that by early June, the board is meeting with candidates, determining finalists, and then carrying out your finalist interviews mid to late June. So this is the only place where I'm not sure. Are you going to get the vote in late June, or is it going to end up being pushed to early July? I'm not 100% sure. It depends on, you know, a few things around the timing, availability of the board, and also where you want to be with the contract before you vote. So do you want to vote to negotiate a contract, or do you want to vote when you already kind of know who that you can close the deal with your candidate? When and how those decisions are made. So that's where there can be some movement here. Now, what I want to share is we are in agreement with you that you should get through this process as much as possible by mid-July at the latest, because the further you get into July, your best candidates are making commitments to their places of employment for the next school year, so they'll start dropping out. You're also going to be competing with other search processes that may be further along than you are. So we share with you the goal of moving as expeditiously as possible. I think what starts to happen towards the end of the process is you do start to feel a little bit pushed, and you want to feel comfortable that you took your time to make the right decision and that you carried it out, not in a hurry to meet a date, but rather, really fully vetting, understanding the candidates and making the best decision. And so with that, one of the first things we're going to talk about is incoming and outgoing board members. And I just want to name whatever happens with the timeline here, it would be my hope that your outgoing board members stay with you to the very end, even if you're not able to officially vote on the candidate if it goes into July. So I'm just naming that for you all to discuss, because one of the first things we want your input on and to talk about is how your incoming board members should be engaged before they're elected. And I guess the other side of that is how your outgoing board members are engaged after they're no longer on the board. And your outgoing, even if you made the vote before the end of June, which you might be able to do, your outgoing board is going to have a ton of insight on how best to introduce your superintendent, support them, set them up for success. So your insight is going to be valuable beyond your official time as a board member. And I think these are shared decisions that the sitting board right now, I'm hoping we can talk through. But with that, would love to first hear from you all about any thoughts or questions on the timeline and the key dates as I've laid them out here.
A clarifying question. Are there 2 sets of interviews? It looks like maybe, but I wasn't sure.
So we have to design the screening process and the rounds of screening. We're not deciding that today, but I can tell you that we've had boards do usually it's between 3 and 4 rounds of screening, with Alma doing the first round of interviews, and then the board doing 2 to 3 additional rounds beyond that.
When you say rounds of screening, what's the difference in that versus an interview?
That means an interview. Well, it can be an interview, it can be an interview activity, it can be a performance task. What I mean by round is there's something that's screening around that candidate, and then there's a decision who's moving forward to the next round. So every round should have fewer people in them.
And I know we're not making these decisions today, but it's just helpful clarifying for me on the timeline. So we could have the board seeing candidates 2 times.
Or 3.
Or 3 times.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, and if you have 3 rounds, you're definitely heading into the beginning of July for sure. It is very challenging to just have 2 rounds with candidates. Alma will typically present anywhere from 9 upwards of 15 candidates in the first go round with the board. And getting from there to 2 to 3 finalists is very hard. So a lot of times boards decide to go from that. So there are lots of options. You might say, Alma, do heavier screening, just bring us your top 5 or 6. You might say, no, we're going to start with a bigger group, narrow to 5 or 6, and then narrow to 3, and then narrow to 1. So those are some of the decisions we'll have to make.
One more clarifying question on that. Quickly. Come back to me. Sorry. Go ahead, Emily.
One question and then, some thoughts. Are the interviews and screening processes, or which ones of those are in person versus virtual?
So it's up to the board, but usually only the finalist stage are in person. But it can be up to you if you want to meet people in person before the finalist stage.
Okay,
Yes.
that's helpful. So some thoughts. I think that, I appreciate this being very digestible as you presented it. And I think it makes sense, one, to do the community survey, the community engagement at the same time that we're posting. The post is already out, the profile's already out, and like you said, we can still use that information to really that we get from the community to really develop solid questions and let it inform how we engage with our candidates. So I like that. I also just want to name that I would ideally like our outgoing board members to be able to vote on the new person. I'm glad that we're going to talk about our incoming board members as well. If the timeline does not align for our outgoing board members to vote, I would like them still, if you would be willing to be involved. But I think ideally, like you said, it is it's such a big decision and probably we only get to do this once, hopefully, during a term. And so I do think that would be important and one of the lasting decisions that all of us will make. So.
I did have a clarifying question. Did you have something?
Just on the issue of outgoing board members and incoming board members, I think we just, as part of the understanding that you have to still be on the board officially to be able to vote or to take any action. And similarly, board members that have been elected, but they haven't taken the oath yet and are not officially in office, they cannot take any action or vote in any way. And I just wanted to have that as a baseline. There's some nuances to it that we could discuss at another time, but wanted to get that out there. Thank you.
That's helpful, really important for us to know. And Monica, just for you to know that our incoming folks have been elected. They just have not taken their sworn in their oaths
Right.
yet, because they were elected in the primary. For the rounds of screenings of interviews, and you can tell me this is not a decision to make today, but is it possible for the board members to see all applications even with the screening or whatever might happen?
We're
in the group?
very comfortable with the board having access to all applications, so we can make those available for you. Yeah, we'll have some planned time to really talk through how you want to design and screen candidates. So that'll be a separate meeting. But absolutely, board should have access to all, can have access to all applicants.
Thank you.
What I want to say about it is what your candidates really care about is the confidentiality of their identities, especially if they're one of 80 applicants. And so, you know, we're always asking the board, yes, we want you to have access to all of it. And we want to make sure a shared understanding that who you see as the hiring decision makers, you're not going to share that with anyone outside of your board colleagues. So that's the only aspect there, which should be a given for all of the whole process when you're looking at candidates. Yes.
A few clarifying questions for me and really just focused on the calendar and these dates. When the job profile gets posted on April 19th, how long will it stay posted? Will it be the entire time until we make a selection?
So we typically keep our positions open until you have a signed contract. We just come from a place where it's not final till it's final, so we never stop recruiting throughout the process. Now, we're letting candidates know, and the public will know kind of where you are with your timing and when we're really starting to narrow the group, but we're always gonna be open to new potential candidates all the way through.
Okay. And then that early June board completes interviews, determine finalists. And then you talked about the different rounds. I guess I'm trying to get an idea, of what does that look like? Is it 5 interviews in one evening? How do the interviews usually go? Especially they're gonna be virtual and then possibly the final round in person.
You're asking if it's like 5 rounds of interviews in one day?
No,
Oh,
5
okay.
candidates or.
Yeah, so those
does
are
that work?
decisions that we're gonna need to make is how many do you all want to interview, the ways in which you want to interview those candidates, what the screening activities will be, what your criteria will be, and what you'll be looking for. So today, we're mainly focused on the timeline broadly, but in a future meeting, we're gonna need to make those decisions, and that will become clear of you'll all decide together how many you want to interview and how we can make that doable for you as a board. Yeah. So in past processes, what we've had is board members will interview, you know, a larger number of people initially, anywhere from 9 to 12 people. We usually have board members working in teams to do that. So each team is probably meeting 3 or 4. And then you're coming together to debrief all 12 and decide who you want to move to the next stage. And then at the next stage, it's usually 5 or 6 candidates. All board members meet all 5 or 6. And then you decide who you want to move to your top 2 to 3. And then all board members meet those. That's where there's some conversation needed about how you want, when you get to the top 2 to 3, how you want those to be screened. And then from there, you get to your final selected person. Was that what you were wondering? Does that paint it a little better?
It did, and I was just counting and that looked at like 4 rounds.
Potentially, it's either 3 or, it's typically either 3 or 4 rounds that the board does usually. But yeah, so if you did 3 rounds, you might have a smaller group up front, narrow to 2 to 3, and then choose your person. And I'm calling it 3 rounds because Alma does the first screening. So that's 3 rounds, but it's 2 rounds of interviews for you. Does that make sense? Okay, and then the other way is you might have 4 rounds where you narrow over the course of 3 interviews. Millicent?
I just have a question, I think. So we as a board will get access to all the applicants, and then Alma's gonna do the first round of screening. Will Alma share with us, or how and when would Alma share with us during this timeline about candidates that they have removed from our candidate pool?
So there will be a point where we will present candidates to you that we are recommending that you interview. And in our process, our hope is you'll interview all of them. We don't typically vet on paper, like, here's some resumes, pick the ones you like, because that tends to work against candidates of color and women candidates. So we do a competency-based screening. We present a set of candidates. The board interviews those candidates. So when we present the candidates, we can provide the information on everyone that we're not recommending, in case there's somebody there that a member of the board wants to consider. But our request will be to give everyone a shot that we think you should interview. And then from there, you all are making your shared decisions about who's moving forward. So in this timing, we're expecting by the end of May that you'll be reviewing candidates with us. If we can do sooner, we definitely will, but that's what we're predicting right now. Yes. Tina.
Well, for the dates on the community engagement, have you, and I know this is still proposed timeline, but I just wanted to know if you had communications with our Office of Public Affairs to know that those dates maybe don't overlap with the many things happening in the district and in the city during this time.
Yes. So we just began those conversations today. And so your staff have told us they believe that days May 6th through the 8th can work, and they're ready to engage, help utilize their channels of communication to make sure everyone in the community is aware. We're going to talk about community engagement, so I'll share more about that. But they are aware of the May 6th through 8th date and are ready to support. We will talk more about that in a few, when we get to that part of the meeting for sure. But they've expressed that's okay. May 6th through 8th. They did share May 9th as a board meeting date. And the Thursday prior is also an important date. Which
It's
I
the
don't-
Teacher of the Year banquet.
Yes,
It's the
thank
Thursday
you.
before.
That's what it is. May 2nd. Mhm. Did I see another question?
Monica, can you, I've only done in-person interviews and have preference for seeing people live and in person. Can you talk about qualitatively kind of how you feel like Zoom virtual is adequate and not, yeah, is equivalent? I don't know. I just,
Yeah, so certainly at the finalists, once you get to your top 2 to 3, we definitely think those should be in person. And again, we're not sure if you're going to have 1 or 2 interviews before you get to that, but the first round, it's a lot more people. So there's just the practicality of travel expense for bringing everybody in. That's the main restriction. And it's a little easier scheduling for board members as well if we're doing those virtually. They are over Zoom, and they are also can be, for the board members' requests, can be recorded. So board members can go back and see those if that's allowed. We'll be able to see what's allowed with interviews. But we found that in those earlier stages, the Zoom is perfectly adequate to help you get to those final decisions. And then the higher stakes, you definitely want to meet them in person.
We can review that. You did raise one question that I think is a decision point for the board. I know not tonight necessarily, but the notion of during the second round, the first round that the board would participate in based on the way it's been presented, of perhaps the board splitting into groups And I think that is a decision point for the board. Does all the board want to interview all the candidates together to be deciding whether they would move towards a finalist or whether part of the board would interview some and part would interview the other? And I just raised that may be the way that you've done it. And I just want to make sure that the board contemplates that and makes their own decision about whether they would want to proceed that way. Again, not something that would need to be decided tonight.
It is absolutely a design decision. So we'll have time to work together through all of those choices. For
Thank you.
sure. Yeah.
That would include in-person versus virtual versus all of that, because I do wonder about how the logistics of some of that might work, but we don't have to decide on those things tonight.
Right.
Thank you so much. It's just helpful to see it laid out like this so we can kind of think about how to navigate this. I'm wondering, you've named already a couple of different ways that we could make decisions that would either like move the process forward more quickly or delay or where it would take longer. I just want to echo my colleague, Board Member Chavez's desire to make sure that, or to the extent that it's possible to have the sitting board members now be involved in the final decision-making, if that's possible. And so I'm wondering, because they bring years of experience in this board, know what it takes to be a board member, know what it takes to work with a superintendent, et cetera, right? So I guess I'm wondering, but I also don't want to compromise the process or the candidates and the final decision. So wondering, what other points are there where we might make a decision where we would where can we move things forward more quickly without compromising? And I'm looking at like maybe that time period between the community engagement and the community report out, as not to rush your team, but as maybe one, or are there other times or other decisions we could make that you see us?
Yeah,
the
the community engagement is not like a gate in the process. That's going to happen concurrent to screening. So we're just basically saying realistically, we think it'll take us about a month to build your candidate pool. That's from when we're starting, and that's assuming we start on April 19th. We're, of course, already cultivating candidates, but it'll probably be 4 weeks from when we post the position until we're ready to present candidates. So I don't think I can make that piece much shorter. You might end up a week earlier before you're reviewing candidates. But that's the latest date there, May 31st. That's what I think. I think where the give and take is really around if you decide you want to have multiple rounds, if you decide you want to meet all the candidates, right? Those things add the amount of time needed for everyone to do it and be available. And that's where you start to stretch in your timing. So, you know, I believe by the end of June, you will have met your finalist candidates and had those final interviews. I just think it's literally going to be like June 26th or 28th or something. It's going to be potentially like right at the end of June when you're able to debrief the finalist interviews. And so then to decide, do you have the vote right away? Or do you feel like you've got to do some more background checking, reference checking, whatever, what have you, before you do your final vote? So I think that's where you're just teetering on either getting it right in June or right after in July. And I think the thing that I want to reiterate as a core value in the process is that we want to honor your outgoing board members and your outgoing board that's working together through this process. And we also want to acknowledge that your incoming board, they're the ones supervising the person that you hire. So really, both parties are extremely important in this process. And what we want to get to, our goal, is to have a candidate that everyone feels good about, incoming and outgoing board, and able to stand up for that, as they, whether it's leaving their seat to say, I'm proud of what we did as a board, I'm proud of the decision that we made, I'm proud of the way we carried this out, and having your incoming board saying, the board did a great job with this, and we're excited for the next leader. And to my, to our conversation about inclusivity, and I think it's okay to have this discussion now. We really want to get your perspectives around how can we be inclusive of both incoming and outgoing board members. So I'd love to just hear what thoughts you all have about just very much like how you all think about the engagement of incoming board members before election, the engagement of outgoing, but I'm sorry,
Swearing in.
before swearing in, thank you, versus engagement of outgoing after June. And what I want to share is we've had two situations where boards have had a change in board seats right at the tail end of their process. So in Cincinnati, you actually had 3 board members turnover right in the middle of the process. So the 3 new board members were invited in by the board to join them in their work. They were invited to participate in the interviews. They participated in the debrief of candidates. And then in the end, it was actually the incoming board that had the vote. However, the outgoing board members were able to make statements of support. They were there at the vote with the board when those decisions occurred. Dayton, Ohio, had a change of 2 board members, and very similarly, the 2 incoming board members were brought into the board's work. In both of those cases, it was correct. The board, those incoming board members are not able to have any vote or take any action. But the board members worked with their counsel to produce confidentiality agreements so that the notion of confidentiality where it was needed, those individuals were honoring that. So that's how it occurred in both of those places. I think there's some logistical questions, but those are examples of ways in which other boards have engaged incoming board members in the search process.
Just so that I don't have to interrupt your discussion as you go on this topic, that and you raised a lot of the points that if incoming board members who have not been sworn in, if they were to sit in during the interviews, that they would, of course, have to sign a confidentiality agreement because they're receiving confidential information. Similarly, the applicants would need to sign something that recognizes that and allows for it, essentially consents for what would be a non-board member to be receiving the confidential information. And similarly, the same would apply for an outgoing board member once they're off the board. There would be that same level of confidentiality. But I do want to underscore that it would really be in an observing role, that if an incoming board member actively participating in what candidates we're going to take to the next level would be acting as a board member without having been sworn in. And similarly, for an outgoing board member to be actively, engaged in discussing and in some way participating as a board member and who's going to be selected, that would not be appropriate because they're no longer on the board. So, but being in an observing capacity would be permissible if the agreements were signed.
I have a follow-up to that. What kind of feedback could the incoming board members provide? You said they can't engage in discussion and certainly cannot vote if one is not officially on the board, but a feedback form or something like that, would that be acceptable?
So I'm not familiar with that ever having been done. Your consultant indicates that there was some done in different states. That it is my understanding that at one point this board in a long time past did allow incoming board members to sit in, but it was sit in and observe and not do more than that. So if it was going to be anything beyond that, it would be something that I would want to carefully study and can certainly consult with Rod before giving any kind of final opinions. I mean, the question is when are you're an observer and with permission, and that's one thing, but when are you now starting to act as a board member and having not been sworn in? And my guidance is generally not to get close to that line. So.
Do board members ever meet in executive session and invite others in to advise them or provide a point of view in executive session?
Yes, I mean, the board attorney is present and would give legal advice. Staff is there. That they also already are duty bound by the confidentiality, and they play their role. So yes, there are individuals that come into closed session and give information, and we can sort the nuances, but that's somewhat different from somebody that has been elected and they're prepared to be a board member and they're being in the interviews. It's that then participating is much closer to they're acting as a board member without having been sworn in. And so I see those as different.
Yeah, so I want to offer that as you're considering, and I want to hear what your points of view are on this, is that this would be about the current sitting board having an interest in understanding what the incoming board's point of view is on different aspects of this process as the future supervisors of the superintendent. So it would really be to inform the board until you get to the point. You know, the board would want to know what an incoming board member's point of view is. So that's kind of the one way to look at it. If it is sort of a observe kind of thing, you also want to, I think if the board is interested in this, that there would be, the purpose of it would be to allow the incoming board members to understand what's occurring, which is met through the observing part that you mentioned, but then also for the sitting board to have the benefit of knowing what the incoming board members' points of view are for the person they'll be supervising later.
I think there'll be opportunities for the incoming board members to be engaging in our community engagement and all of our public meetings. I think that feels really important, and so glad that some folks are here today. I'm sure that they're going to be following really closely. I do want to make sure that when we are, because of this timeline, it feels like we might need to find a way to have observers, and we can make sure we look through work with you all, our attorneys and counsel, to do that right, because you just don't know where we might land on this as we keep going through the process. And I do want to honor our outgoing folks and hope that we can get it in before July 1st. If we find that is there a way for incoming people to be observers? But I think I want to make sure that we're following the letter of the law and getting input from them as we go through the process, as working with our other community members. I think that is valuable.
So having served on the board when we did what you're talking about, I thought actually it was helpful not only for our board and leading through that transition, bringing shared values to the table, but it's also helpful for the candidates and the superintendent to see who they'll be working with, right? And so I think it's super important to both empower and include the voices of outgoing folks, but also see if there's a way to put incoming folks at the table as much as possible, because although I struggle when it gets to voting, because you can't empower 4 votes out of 2 seats, right? You can't mathematically do that, and you can't break that state statute, would never want you to, but it, to me, is important for us to see if there are ways all throughout this that we can be a voice of 9 sort of through this. That's my 2 cents.
And I think the decision-making authority is always clear. It sits with the sitting board. Whoever those people are, they are the decision makers no matter what. So it really is to the extent that you want to engage your incoming board and how best to do that. Yes, Board Member Rogers.
Colleagues, I appreciate this conversation. I think this goes back to that uncomfortable space that we kind of sit in. I want to share my concern about the importance of this process and how we need to keep it. I'm not even sure what the right word is. I think we need to keep it to the current members that are seated on the board and work diligently towards that. I know that we all work very hard, and I expect our future colleagues to work very hard to hold sacred this work. But I think that we can't jump the gun on some of this stuff because they haven't done the ethics training. They haven't done the things that we do as we start this process. But also, people join boards, councils all the time with previously selected administration. They're absolutely capable of making a decision. I don't want to compromise our process in any way at all. But I especially don't want to compromise our process or this board or future boards by bringing in people a little too early. So I think that we got to be comfortable with pivoting at the end if necessary.
I push back at you a little bit in your discomfort, in my discomfort. So 4 years is what you have, plus, starting in July. Two. Right. So those 2 people that are coming in also have 4-year terms for this superintendent. And so I put my hat on, if I were going to apply, if I were somewhere successfully serving in another district, I would want to know, or at least have some engagement with the folks that have just run, just campaigned, and are willing and going to serve 4-year terms. So I don't know what that looks like. But, and I don't mean that the rest of us won't continue to be engaged in all the ways. But I would continue to challenge us to figure out ways to look for that bridge. I don't know what that is.
I want to kind of make sure we hear from everybody, because it's my understanding that this doesn't need to be a decision tonight, but you do want to hear the direction, kind of the sense of where the board is, because I do think it will take some additional research from Darrington Smith and our attorneys around where we might. So just doesn't have to be your formulated thoughts, but just maybe where you all are thinking, other folks tonight, so that we can give some direction for what to do next, I think, or what questions do we need to answer before we can make some final decisions.
I'd just like to add that I appreciate that comment. I think a lot of what you're talking about today is more general discussion that I don't see necessitates a vote. I do believe that certain points, whether it's deadlines and a timeline, or a point about what role newly elected board members that haven't been sworn in, or what outgoing board members that participated in the search, but the process wasn't finished by that time. I do believe that that's a vote point. I think that's a decision that the board would have to make, and certainly today can be discussion on the topic and so on and so forth. But what I would encourage is that you all would not leave with different understandings and then things happen and that's not what I thought and so on. And so that's the benefit of ultimately votes on certain topics. And so I think that incoming and outgoing board members, in my opinion, I would commend to you as would be a vote point.
definitely do not want to leave with different understanding. So what questions or other items we might have so that we can gather more information, and when our next meeting is, we'll be able to if that's the right timeline, have a vote on this decision.
And based on your experience, Monica, and Dayton and Cleveland, compared to where we are in North Carolina, to be observer, to me, does not prepare either party for what they're coming into or who they're going to work with. I would want to lean more into, I feel more constrained by incoming board members to view and to listen. So I would want to look at adjusting the timeline and other decision points that we have later on down the road. I don't want to rush us in the process with the interviews. I want to work smart within our timelines and things that we already have on the calendar. I think that even in an interview, we bring a group dynamic ourselves, and introducing those who have not been sworn in yet does change that dynamic, just then their presence there. So I would be for us really focusing on our timeline to fit our needs to the rounds of interviews with the candidates that come in. When I looked at I thought the same thing as Ms. Carter Alta. The May 6th to May 24th feels like a really wide gap. And one of the things that I was looking at with the calendar is doing work in between our board meetings and work sessions. So I'm wondering if that by May 24th could be May 17th. That puts us in an in-between week that allows us to design interview questions at that point. I am concerned about the early June because we're getting into graduations and different things that are stretched in June, just a very irregular schedule. So even in that, I wonder about that May 31st. If the May 24th could get moved to May 17th, then the May 31st could get moved to May 24th. That puts everything up a week, and that gives us a little more breathing room between early June, mid to late June. So that's where I would put more of a focus, knowing that we have to I think again, concentrating on the board who's here now. And as Chair Umstead was saying, there's engagement opportunities, and even, as there are incoming board members here now, to be a part of the process, to me, feels like there are opportunities for that inclusion without having to necessarily be in the interview, but getting through these interviews in time that we can make the decision before the change happens, and also keeping a good pool of candidates. I want to get ahead of those other offers that are coming out there as well. So just trying to work within some of the meetings that we already have.
I mean, I just have to acknowledge this is such an awkward point for me, because guess what? I'm one of the outgoing board members. And what does an outgoing board member want? And that's why I'm going to say I don't want it, because I know how y'all play. So no, I don't want it. No, I'm kidding. I'm trying to do reverse psychology or whatever. It's a mind hack, but you caught it. But let's just say that it's kind of like we've been on a run, right? We have momentum, whether we like it or not. We've been on this ride for a long time, ladies. And there's a certain cadence to what we have done. And I do believe that this is a big decision, and I do believe that it's important to hear from incoming board members. There's a certain cadence that we have been at, things that we have gone through, things that we have seen in those closed rooms. Who gets closed session but us? Like those closed session, I mean, the game is over there too, and I'm not breaking anything, right? I'm speaking generally. There's a whole game that is played inside those behind those doors. So what I just want to say is I'm not trying to ask for favors. I'm not trying to ask for a certain thing. I just want consideration that there are a lot of things that happen in terms of personnel, HR, management of leaders. What language do they use to speak to their constituents who happen to be not just students, families, but also like the people at the helm of the schools, like at the school level leadership. And I think that that is a very important thing because we have seen, you know, the dynamics. We have seen some of the things in terms of what happens at every level, not just here at the board level, but also at the school level, and the microcosms within that. So I want that consideration as somebody who's being spoken about pretty much as an outgoing board member, which I am one of two, and just want to name. There's just some benefit of knowing. I'm not taking away from Ms. Byers' point about, you know, they're going to be working, the incoming board members are going to be working with this board member for 4 years. And I look to them and I understand that that's important, which is why they're going to be engaged. But if we can get to the last train stop or train station stop and complete this, I think that that would be the best thing. But I don't have a preference. Or do I?
Sounds like, it's okay to have a preference, Ms. Valladares. Ms. Carter Austin, did you have anything to add on this before we kind of?
One thought came to mind. I know that we're still going to talk about community engagement in more detail, but to jump there a little bit, I know that one other decision point we're going to have to make is whether we engage the community in the final round of interviews. And I wonder, again, we don't have to make that decision right now, but I wonder if there's space to hold all of these truths that we've been naming, which is we want some involvement, but there's these rules about who can vote and when people can engage and the complexities of involving 2 more people right now. But I'm wondering if we do decide to allow for some community members to be part of the final interviews, if there could be, if that could be a space for incoming board members. Like, has that been something that you've seen? Is that something that we could open the door to, acknowledging again the points that board member Byer made, that like these are folks that need to work with the incoming superintendent for 4 more years, which is more than most of us have on this board. So there's a tension there.
Yeah, I think, again, these are real design decisions that we have to make about how you want each of those screening steps to go and who you want engaged with you at each of those screening steps. And what I would say is that in our experience here, ideally, your hiring decision makers are fully aligned on the decision that they make. And whether you agree or not, this person is reporting to a different group of people. And so it's a risk to the process if there are 2 individuals who are going to be accountable for supervising a leader, but aren't necessarily aligned with you in how you arrived at that decision. The risk is that they'll come into office and say, I wasn't part of that decision. I may or may not agree with that decision, but now I'm sitting on the board. So you want to think carefully about whether or not you leave them completely out of the process or what that looks like, because the trouble would be if they come in, they're sworn in and they say, I don't really understand how we got to this decision. So I don't know that I can support it, stand by it. What is better is if your incoming board can say, we understand it, we agree, we love it, we're excited, just the same way everyone sitting on the board is. Now, I can't guarantee how it's going to come out. I can't guarantee you all will be unanimous in your decisions, but I'm sharing with you, it's better to bring people along with you than to protect your process and your group through the decision, which you own no matter what, and choose to have people not participate or have the benefit of their understanding when they're going to be supervising this person.
And Monica, if I may, because you had mentioned that earlier and I didn't get to come address that as well. We're not going to completely leave anybody out. That's just not how this board operates. There will be some form of inclusion. It's just how does that look? What does that look like? And then regarding supervising who's coming in, I think that when people decided to run for their seats, it was Dr. Mabanga who was sitting in the seat at the time and did not know that we would be in a superintendent search. So whenever, in my opinion, and any board member comes in, they have to work with who's there in their supervision and bring their core values. This is a time and a moment where we're looking for a superintendent, but whoever comes in, whether it was a sitting superintendent already, they still have to bring in and supervise that person based on being elected and what they're signing up for. So to me, I think that I'm hearing your value. And so just speaking my truth, I'm hearing your value and what you bring in as a consultant. And I'm also hearing here where there's a desire to move to, for me to have the dates fit into a certain time frame where we can at least have the negotiation being done before the change over happens. And I just want to be able to trust the process that we're being heard, even when we're given that, this is what this looks like here, this is what that's, because for me, it's like, there could have been a superintendent here already, whether they like the person or not. It's a vote of 7 that moves things in the district regardless.
So I want to respond to 2 things that I'm hearing you sharing. The first is around the timeline, and I just want to repeat, the issue of the community report out is not tied to when we present candidates. So we would love to be able to present candidates earlier, a week earlier. I've written down that preference. But the reality, it's going to take us several weeks to build a strong and diverse candidate pool for you. So I don't recommend cutting short our recruitment process. If we can be a week earlier, you'll know ahead of time. But I want to be realistic about what we know it's going to take to get you a strong, diverse candidate pool. That's a little different than the community report out date, right, which is really happening concurrently. So you absolutely can design interview questions earlier if we want to. I just want to be clear that what I'm saying is I'm very comfortable we'll be able to present candidates by the end of May. If we can do earlier, we will. And that there are a few factors involved in whether or not we have the strong enough candidate pool to present a week earlier to you, which is what I'm understanding. My second point is that what I'm sharing is really about alignment. Yes, absolutely, your incoming board has to support and supervise whoever is in the seat. And it's in the better interest of the process if those incoming board members are supportive of that superintendent. And one of the best ways to do that is in how you decide how and when those people get to be a part of it. So I hear what you're saying, which is that no matter what, they'll be engaged. I think that's great. And it sounds like the question is how you would want to engage them is then what that conversation would be. Does that feel right?
And I want to maybe name things that kind of wrap us up. So I'll come to y'all right afterwards. I do think, to Ms. Carter-Otten's point around the finalist portion, if we are opening it up to community members being a part of the finalist portion, there is also then this question of like, well, the incoming board members should probably be a part of that. So to me, both of those decisions feel a little intertwined. And I'm wondering when we need to make those decisions by, because I do think that influences who applies and who doesn't apply to the role. And I think that we would want to make sure that we've given any questions that we have to legal counsel to make sure they can kind of help us design the right confidentiality forms and all that material, what that engagement could look like. So kind of, because I think that intertwines both of the questions that we're talking about right now, or the question that we're talking about right now. So I wanted to hear a little bit from you maybe about when that decision needed to be made, and want to make sure that board members have an opportunity to share any questions that you might want to get researched and answered with legal counsel too, so we can have that before that decision needs to be made.
So we're proposing that we will be here again to meet with the board after community engagement. And that's when we would be able to design the steps of the process. And that is a decision to be made at that point in time. What your criteria, what interview questions you want to ask, what you're expecting to hear in appropriate responses, all of that. So that's really when you would make those decisions. It's absolutely true that if you have a closed process, there may be candidates who will only participate in a process where their identity is only shared if they are your sole finalist. And what I would say is you do not need to make that decision today. If there are candidates or individuals that are interested in applying, they should be contacting or being referred to Alma immediately. Obviously, they can work with us as those decisions are made. They can decide whether or not to apply, but it's better for us if they're in communication directly with your recruiters so that we know how big of a risk there is there. Our results stand for themselves. We've always had open processes at the finalist stage where community's been invited in to be a part of that, but there are lots of ways you can do that. And so I think we should not try to have that conversation tonight. Let's try to get through some of these other important decisions. Let's learn more from the community and come back together with the benefit of that information before you decide on the different steps in the process. And in the meantime, if there's someone that's come your way who says, I'm interested, but I'm only going to apply if it's a closed process, please send them to us. We will protect their identities and allow us to engage your candidates for you.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're looking at a May timeline when we're making that call, around May.
I have one question, to be researched. I'm wondering if incoming board members can sit in the finalist interviews, observe, not participate in discussion, but if we can call them later and say, what did you think? And solicit their opinions that way. So can there be an individual, can they individually give feedback to one board member or two board members? Or are they like bound not to speak of the never shall they speak of what they observed? Yeah, so where are the boundaries there? I think it's appropriate that incoming board members do not engage in discussion fully like the way we are. I am interested in their feedback, and I think that it would be useful for us. I think we're all still going to make our own decisions, but I think that feedback would be useful, and we respect their thoughts as well. It would not be a determining factor, but that would be my question. Can we have those individual conversations with them, or a like written feedback form, like if that we can all read?
And my question would be the state statute that guides this, if you all have ever done any analysis on that. I can't find it now, and I can never find my 115C-27, whatever that, wherever it is. There is state language that speaks to this, and I think we should come with some analysis from you all on that, with notions of how we could approach it in a Durham way. I don't know. Thanks.
And I think the question is it only the board that's allowed to interact with candidates, start to finish, whether it's incoming or outgoing, right?
And that's the answer to that is no. I mean, particularly if you elected to make the decision to open things up, that can, and the finalists are named, and there's forums that can happen where public can come and ask the finalist questions and so on and so forth. But But I understand the question. It's sort of what are the legal limits associated with a elected board member who hasn't been sworn in? What are the legal limits associated with their role in a superintendent search with particularity and they can, if the legal documents are in place, they could observe. Can it be beyond that to the point that they observe and then give feedback to the board, whether in a written form or what have you? Could it be at the meeting that they give their feedback, but understand that they're not able to vote? Could it be in a written form? Could it be to individual board members? And so that's certainly something that we can look at if that would help you all in the decision on that point. I mean, I would just like to say, just so that when where we are right now is the starting point is that only the elected sitting board members participate, and then it would take action from the board to have an incoming board member that's not sworn in yet to observe, to provide feedback from those observations. And also the baseline is the sitting acting board members are the only ones that would have a role, and absent a decision by the board to the contrary, that's where we are like at this moment. But we'll get you research that may help inform whether you want to take action on that or not.
And maybe the documentation that we used when we did this previously. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
And what I meant by my question was, would the board, and so this would be something to research to bring back, would the board be empowered to choose to have other people interview with them, whether or not they're incoming board members? So we've had boards might choose to bring up some principals, some teachers in, still within this the confines of a closed process. And so these two incoming board members could be part of that. So I'm just trying to understand what the board is able to do, or is it only the board until they make it totally public? So, okay, we are over the time. I thought we need to have a break. But yeah, go ahead.
We do need to have a break, and I have another question. I'll ask it, and then you tell me if we can talk about it now, or we should wait till after the break. In thinking about the screening and interview processes, it sounds like the board is designing definitely interview, but is that also the screening? And I think where does that take place in the timeline as well?
So our hope was that after community engagement, we would be coming together. We'd be sharing the community report. And then we're still trying to get answers about what is allowed in executive session, what is not allowed in executive session. But our hope is to engage in a design process where you are designing the screening activities and sort of the answer key behind that together. And that would all be happening, that I think, at that same time. In fact, one of our decision points is around the cadence of meetings, which would help answer your question.
Okay.
So I'd like to suggest maybe a 10-minute quick, just catch our breath. I hear there's food somewhere in another room.
Yeah, let's take a motion to go into a recess.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Byers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously. We'll now take a recess. Okay, we are back from our recess. I'm gonna pass it back to Monica to continue leading us through this process.
All right, thank you very much. So we're going to put our slides back on and we can look at slide 11. Is the next slide. Yes. So this was actually where our conversation was going a moment ago, right before the break. And the question is about the cadence of meetings that the board wants to have. So exactly to the question of when would you meet to do interview, designing things, confirming things, making decisions about the process. So typically, we have good information to discuss and work on with the board as frequently as biweekly. More frequently than that, it's just not as substantive. We would say a minimum of monthly meetings. And so if we were doing monthly meetings and at each of those meetings they're longer like this one, and we're kind of getting through 2, 3, 4 major sort of discussions with the time that we have. We think your meetings as a board, so I just want to be clear, I'm going to be sharing next, like the role of the board versus the role of the search firm. And we're going to talk about who is interacting with the ALMA team in between board meetings. So we'll be talking about all of that. But the bottom line is the board makes every decision, every major decision related to this process. So it's really important to us that you feel comfortable, each of you, that you're well informed, that you understand what's happening, that you're able to provide your input, viewpoint, direction throughout the process. There are a few big things we work on together: developing the job profile, designing our community engagement approach, building your interview questions, interview activities, and what you're going to look for in good responses, considering your candidates and reviewing candidates and debriefing interviews, and obviously deciding on your final superintendent. We can determine when ALMA should attend in person versus when ALMA can be here virtually. And that's pretty much it. Now, I want to share a little bit more about the roles that support this search, because if you see it differently, I think it's very helpful for us to know now if you're wanting ALMA to play a different role or if you want the board to play a different role. So typically, the search firm, ALMA, typically leads design and execution of the process, facilitation of the process, and the board sets direction and ensures that ALMA is doing the work the way that they want it, the board wants it done. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at it on my screen. Can we move to the next slide, please? Sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so, not sure why the slide is cut off there on the right side, but essentially, we would be the ones working with the community, engaging with the community and the board to clarify the top skills, requirements for the role, while the board is establishing how you want us to engage the board, the community, determining the leaders and the individuals that we should be talking with, making sure that we're getting out to as much of the community as possible. We directly are responsible for recruiting strong candidates. We're also facilitating the design and implementation of an equitable, transparent, rigorous hiring process. So we're guiding you every step of the way on the things that support that and the things that put those things at risk. We're engaging candidates every step of the way. We're understanding their expectations. We're setting their expectations. So to the question earlier about if it's a closed process, will people not be interested? We will know that because we'll be talking with the candidates. So we'll know what their expectations are. We're facilitating the board's decision-making every step of the way. And our final deliverable is to help inform the induction and transition planning for how you introduce your superintendent to the district and set them up for success. The board is really supporting appropriate outreach and communication with stakeholders. They typically are at the forefront of engaging media if there's a significant question, if they want to share with media what's happening, why the board is choosing things. Usually the board is the main responder in those situations, obviously with your own communications staff and support around that, and Alma supporting where you would like us to be there. And most importantly, the board is actively participating in all aspects of the design, interview, and selection of the final candidate. So first of all, would love to hear any reactions you have to the way we're describing the role of the search firm versus the role of the board. And then we'll go back to the previous slide to discuss how frequently you would like to meet, when and how you would do that.
I don't have any questions at this time. This all makes a lot of sense and sounds appropriate to me.
Same to me. Yeah, and I like the way you laid it out. So Monica, if candidates reach out to us directly, if we know of people, we should send them
Directly to
all
me.
to you.
Yes, please, as
Yep.
soon as you can. And by the way, that's also if you have people in your mind that you're like, I think they're doing great work and I'd love to know if they'd be interested, that you send them to us, allow us to go get them for you.
I'll refrain from getting in any way like overbearing, I promise, but just, this is a good time to sort of emphasize confidentiality. I mean, it's just one of the most critical, important things that a board would do during the process is to not reveal, even if somebody comes to you and you pass it on that, oh, so-and-so may be interested in so, and then it gets out in the community. And there certainly have been times where searches have been sort of torpedoed because names get out prematurely and that it all becomes public at a time that upsets the cadence of the search. So
Protecting the confidentiality of your candidates is of the utmost importance. You will lose candidates if they feel the confidentiality has been compromised. And, you know, allowing them to own the narrative in their own places of work and employment where they have their own relationships is very important. So we'll be able to talk about that with points very well taken. All right. So if we can go to the previous slide. One of the things that we want to talk about is how frequently can the board come together? And we oftentimes will have boards establish a separate series of meetings in support of the search process. There can be a situation where your chair and vice chair are working to, or your you know, your board executive assistant or secretary can work to identify everyone's availability and establish that cadence. But, you know, we, on the Alma side, we're ready and willing to meet with you all whenever you're able to and want to meet with us. And so we have had boards that, we've had one board that wanted to do Saturday mornings, only one board, but they did that every other Saturday. That's what they did. They were in person. We were virtual for most of it, except for some key meetings where we attended. And then we've had other boards that have opted for retreats on a monthly basis. We've had other boards that have established a certain, you know, every other Tuesday or every, you know, whatever that is, we're going to meet just to get updates and work on our search process. So I don't know if there are any preferences. Our sense was that your current sitting agendas might not have capacity for this kind of work. That's another choice that you could potentially make.
Do not think our current meeting schedule and agendas have space for this type of work, so I'll name that. I think my board colleagues would agree with me. Do you have a recommendation based on our timeline and the number of decisions that we need to make around the cadence of meetings?
So the way we designed this, we were conservatively looking at once a month, essentially. So we've got today's meeting, and then we have the meeting when we do the community report out and the design of the process. We could see, you know, I think that reviewing the candidates is one that we would need to do, so that would come before a month in. Once you're beginning your interviews, we're getting together to debrief those interviews. So really, I could see not meeting again until the community report out, but then probably after that, it works out to be about every other week until you get through the whole process.
They're my initial thoughts, but I'm happy for everyone to weigh in. It feels like bi-weekly feels like at a minimum we might need just based on the number of decisions. And I wonder too, if we could be doing some of the design of the interview process concurrently with that in community engagement, so that we can have some of that. I don't know, but it feels like those pieces take a lot of time. And so how do we kind of break out that so that we're ready to go and hit the ground running when we have the candidates? And so that's my thought processes, but happy to hear from other members of the board.
Just curious if you did bi-weekly, is there a day of the week that could work for bi-weekly meetings, or is that a whole
I think
nother?
we would need to work with our executive assistant to find days, because I think it could be, it would vary week to week.
Yeah.
Just
okay.
what I know based on everybody's schedules. I don't want to speak for folks, but just scheduling things often it varies from week to week.
Makes sense.
So it seems like, I mean, I was thinking every other week as well to add that time. But the sooner we could lock it in, the better. I would, as we try to plan, because it's only going to get more challenging.
I also group bi-weekly, and if there are some decisions we could begin to make or begin to process before coming back for the community engagement. It just feels like there's things that we could be doing in the background.
Seeing a lot of head nods. Go ahead, Ms. Cardall.
I'll just say it. I'm happy to meet bi-weekly. I think bi-weekly sounds good as well. And I'm also happy to meet as often as needed during this process to keep things moving without rushing them. So yeah, happy to make that happen. So
We can have Ms. Smith, our board executive assistant, work on calendaring that out with your schedule as well, Monica.
Great.
No Saturdays. That sounded terrible. That sounded terrible.
I think we need to go with what's available.
Right, that sounded terrible.
It's actually fantastic. I wouldn't normally say so, because if it's mid-morning on a Saturday, people are fresh. They're able to give a couple of hours, get through a lot. When you're coming at the end of a workday and you're in meetings from like 5 to 8 or 9 at night, you're just tired, right? So that was the nice part about Saturday. I'm not recommending it. As I said, only one board did that. Mainly because people have families and all sorts of things going on Saturdays, but it is kind of nice if you can do mid-morning, earlier in the day type meetings.
I make one comment about the scheduling, and you were mentioning that as it got into June, it would be more intense because of the interviews. Does it make any sense for you all to start early on blocking out, whether that's 3 or 4 days or something, so that you've got that and that's the time? Because I think if you wait until you get into your maze and people are starting to have that, so I mean, that's, because your consultant's going to be doing quite a lot of the work with the first interviews, it sounds like, and then some of the screening and bringing you a whole pool and of candidates. But then you're starting your interviews, and it sounds like that your consultant thought that there would be a number of those, and So that, I've done that before in these searches where early in the process, there was a block sort of put out so that board members had that reserve, just a thought.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful, Monica, if we can go ahead and calendar bi-weekly, but when you believe the interview process starts, that you tell us what kind of chunks of time that we need to be putting together, right? Is every session 4 hours? Is it 8 hours? I'm just making numbers up, but, so that we can have a full schedule already, that we know where board members' calendars already are aligned and we can hold that time because, time is of the essence. I think it's really crucial in this process. And I think the earlier, the better for all of us.
Yes, that's why we're discussing it today. So we're 100% with you all, and we would want to try to protect those times. I think there are decisions about the rounds and how you want to do that. So with those decisions, then we'll know exactly how to answer your question about what are the blocks of times, when would we do them, all of that. But we're in 100% agreement with you on that.
And I'm speaking for myself, but the sooner we can make those decisions better so that we can know how we're calendaring and planning for the end of this process, I just think it will help us be able to be clear about what we need to be doing moving forward.
And did-
Then
Go ahead, go ahead.
would we look at, if we're doing bi-weekly, would we look at starting the week of April 22nd or April 29th?
Yes, so we would want to try to meet the week of April 22nd would be the next time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe we could try to do it not on board meeting weeks, like we have a board meeting tomorrow. So if we could try to calendar it, might start sooner with one next week and then go every other week. That way it just.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Then we get to
yep,
see
see,
each
now we
other
got,
every week,
but
yes.
I just, we need to calendar, we should calendar offline, but I think if we could try to get him outside of board meeting weeks, it might be helpful. But we also might just have to go with what's available, so we should see what we got available.
I was gonna say, I like the idea of the chunks of time, but maybe even some chunks backing up into May. We don't want to lose candidates or, you said this is a very busy time of year, so.
I was gonna say, yes, the quickly we can get the chunks of time on calendars will be really good too. This is a type A board, you can't tell. We wanted dates.
Understood. Okay. So it sounds like that, what was that?
I mean, I'm not weighing in at all about May, June. I was just saying, my experience was as soon as you can get those chunks put there and all that, and I'll volley back to just an earlier point that came up that I guess if you're gonna have a meeting pretty soon, you can resolve, but I just, in terms of putting those chunks together, one of the questions is, are all of the interviews gonna be with the full board, which has been my experience, but it sounds like there's been different ways to do that, or is the board going to be breaking up into groups to do that? And so I think that will be an important decision point for the board and may have some relevance to how you schedule.
That's a good example. So we'll be able to talk through all those pieces, and then as we make those decisions, we'll know exactly what you need on your schedule. In the meantime, I was already speaking with Ms. Smith about wanting to talk together through kind of what those activities could be. So I think it sounds like maybe with the board chair connecting with Nicole so that she can get everyone's availability and kind of lay out for us what the possibilities could be. But I think that's great to have that clarity around biweekly, ideally not during a board week, in between board weeks. And then from there, it just depends on when everybody can meet. All right. So I wanted to talk about, if we can move to the next slide. The next slide after this. So the board is meeting bi-weekly, as we've just discussed. And in between board meetings, ideally, we would have 2 board members that are points of contact for Alma in between board meetings. So these are individuals that are making sure we're meeting the timeline. They're making sure if there's anything pressing that's coming up for board members, that the Alma team is aware of it. This is a housekeeping, logistics, tactical role. It's really just keeping the wheels moving during the process. So your board is still making all key decisions and you're also setting the parameters. We want a point of contact that can work with us as we're preparing for board meetings in between. We've heard that from council that your chair and vice chair are sort of already authorized to play that role on behalf of the board. We really wanted to hear from everybody on the board, what, if that's fine to just have it be the chair and vice chair. If the board wanted to move in a different direction or have other board members participate, my understanding is that would create a committee, and therefore all of the meetings with those point people would have to be public meetings. So that's my understanding. I don't know if I've said that right, but the main thing that I wanted to cover is we'd like to have the ability to work with one or two individual board members in the process of the search in between. In this way, we want you all to be aware of the opportunity to weigh in on what that would look like for you and how you would want to be informed throughout the process.
A question maybe for our attorney. About this needing to be noted, this maybe needing to be noticed if there are other people serving as liaisons or public meetings, we have committee, like academic committee, operations committee, those are not noticed meetings with a subsection of the board. So is this different than, want to answer them? This need to be called a committee to have liaisons assigned that are not?
Right. It's a good question. It's not one that I've ever had before of liaisons that would be in communication with the consultant. I mean, I think if it's literally like one board member volunteers to just be able to receive information from the consultant and email the rest of the board, that's not really a committee. But if it's, two members that the board is appointing to serve to make, while not the biggest decisions, interim decisions with the search, then they are sort of an appointed committee of the board that are involved in and making interim decisions. And then that feels much more like a committee. And when the board creates a committee, the open meetings law applies. And so that was the point that I was trying to raise, that in general, when you've already appointed, voted on a chair and a vice chair, they would in general be in communication and handle some of the spokesperson for the board and interacting with the consultant and so on and so forth along the way. And that's not really creating a subcommittee. So that was the point that I was making. There's, as many of these good and hard questions tonight, there's some lines on it. And again, a board member volunteering and to be a point person to just pass on information to consultant, I don't think that's a committee. But the board agreeing on, voting on or appointing two people to serve in the role of interacting with the consultant, making interim decisions, passing on information to the board, that's more of a committee. And to me, the open meetings law then applies, and then the meetings would need to be noticed, posted, minutes taken, and so on and so forth.
Thank you for clarifying. It sounds like these liaisons will not be making decisions. Is that right?
The decision-making body is the board, so there are no real decisions. It's very tactical. It's just allowing us a point of contact, making sure people know what's going on, letting us know when there are things that, the rest of the board's it's going to be important for them to know about. It's really just a point of contact for us throughout the search.
You speak a little, oh, go ahead, Ms. Wells. Go ahead.
Can you give an example of what that looks like and how would that be different from the logistics that's already being handled with Nicole?
Yeah, so we might be looking for feedback on the job profile. And there may be 2 or 3 board members we haven't heard back from yet. So our point of contact might go and reach out to those people and say, hey, we need to hear from you, and we just want to make sure we get your thoughts on this. That's an example. We might be having trouble settling on a day or time for a meeting. We might be trying to get feedback from board members on the candidates that they've interviewed and want to make sure we get it from everyone. So we want people to know, you know, based on the schedule, that there's going to be a quick turnaround on a thing. That those are the kinds of conversations that we're having. Yeah.
Okay, so typically and generally, when you do these searches, is it the chair, vice chair, president, and vice president that is the liaison? Or what is the norm that you all have seen as you've worked through these processes?
So typically it's a shared conversation with the board, and it's been a matter of who's got the time and availability to do that, who's interested in doing that. We've had situations where our point people actually more likely, so just recently had a board chair and a former board chair. We've had another one where we had 2 members who were not chair or vice chair. They were regular members of the board who wanted to take this support role on. We've had just about every combination, so it's really up to the board if, you know, what makes the most sense and also what seems appropriate.
Happy to serve if it's the board's pleasure to do so. I think we can create some minutes from the meeting and make sure the board is all fully aware of what's going on. We're meeting bi-weekly. Those also be pretty quick timelines, but just want to, if that's the board's pleasure.
I'm curious why you guys mentioned there's something you're doing, but it's not a committee. So what makes something not a committee? I'm just curious.
We have agenda planning meetings with a smaller subset of board members and staff members. So they're not making any decisions. They're reviewing materials for an agenda.
I really think that's what we're talking about here. I'm not even sure we would get as specific as reviewing agendas. So I don't know.
Yeah, I do think we've appointed committees for task force, whatnot, like that's been our process. So I think it'd be important to follow that process.
These are fine lines that we're talking about here. And I mean, I'm literally just saying the safest standard way, if there's just points of contact where a consultant is communicating with the board between meetings, standard that is chair and vice chair. I mean, I'm not telling this board what to do, or as you move from that and start to appoint people to serve in a role to be communicating with the consultant between meetings, is every communication like that one that would need to be posted? No, we'd have to know the nature up front, but that's very complicated, right? What is the agenda for this? Basically, the open meetings law is very broad. When you're transacting the public business, you know, then it's a meeting. And if in some way the individuals that are appointed are empowered to transact the public business in some way, even if final decisions aren't made, but it's receiving information preliminary to final decision, that could be a public body and it could be an open meeting. And so, you know, whether that needed to be posted in a meeting or not is going to depend on what's being transacted at that time. And if it's literally a phone call, you know, from Monica to one of the liaisons about, hey, you know, do you guys know whether you're going to be able to meet at this point? That's not going to be, that's not a meeting. But if both of the appointed individuals are together and there's a set bit of business that needs to be moved forward, then it could be a meeting. And I'm just trying to keep you guys on the safe side of the equation. It's your call on how you wish to proceed.
I appreciate all of that. I, I do think, I think that with this, legal advice, I don't, I don't want the liaisons to make decisions. And I also, I mean, it doesn't seem like there's going to be any opportunity for them to make decisions. So it doesn't seem different to me than the agenda planning, meetings. I can serve. I also would be very happy to allow somebody else to be the liaison. And that was my original thought. And so I think, closely analyzing, looking again at the statute itself and closely analyzing what you are saying, Mr. Bloomberg, I think that this, to me, it would be okay for us to have two liaisons, and I don't think we're gonna fight over it, but, I, so, Chair Umstead and someone else, if you all want me to be the liaison, I will also, to make it easy. But, yeah, I think it doesn't seem like there would be a question, I don't think this is something that, we would be legally challenged on.
So I think there are two ways we can go from here. One is we could leave it for your chair and vice chair to follow up with board members, see if there's other interest, or we can ask the group right now if anyone has an interest and then follow up after that.
Is there other interest?
Alexandra, are you gonna say something?
Well, I just want to say that, the liaisons, like, part of what you all, chair and vice chair, what you both do is check in with all of us, right? And maybe this is just something that you can also just check in, because, as many of us who want to be the liaisons, I mean, there's some considerations also about like the whole process and how to best guide that forward. Because obviously I'm an outgoing board member and I'm very interested, but let's have that conversation. If it's okay to table this and that could just be a follow-up with all of us, then we can move on to the next. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Millicent, were you gonna, board member Roger? Say something?
I'll just say, I don't feel super strongly about this, but I agree that it does not seem that there is a reason that we could not have other people serving as liaisons in this role. And I don't want to allow for fear of potential. I don't want fear to get in the way of a process that makes sense if I'm hearing that you feel like you have the capacity, Chair Umstead, to do this. So if that's the way you feel, that you do have the capacity to do this, then that makes sense that maybe Vice Chair Chavez doesn't. But I just want people who actually have the time and can do this so that we can keep things moving forward. That's all.
So not Vice Chair Chavez, and we would need to maybe add this to an agenda for tomorrow to appoint some liaisons for the meeting. Is that?
Can it just be the chair? I mean, I'm just saying that if the point of does your process contemplate that it has to be two people? I'm sorry if I interrupted. I just I mean, if the vice chair maybe is not necessarily in a position to take that on right now, or, but the chair says, I'm happy to be the point person. That's what the chair ordinarily would do in this situation. Is that a problem with your process, or how many are you looking to have?
Well, typically two board members will kind of encompass and have a deeper knowledge of every individual on the board. So it's just for us, the more people, the better. And they can back each other up, if somebody's busy or what have you. But I think the board has to decide what you're comfortable with and what you want it to be. I personally really like Alexandra's comment of allow the chair and vice chair to check in with each person. If everyone's like, we really don't care, then move it forward from there and just make the call based on, where other people on the board are with it. So I would kind of agree with moving on tonight. I don't think we have to decide right now if others are okay with that.
And I was just gonna, so what I was gonna say was the same thing. If it could just be the chair, that'd be fine, if that was fine with your process. And you all are welcome to give me a call too. If I need a nudge on something, just call me. Miss Smith does the same thing. Hey, there's a doodle poll out there. Can you get to it? So yeah, I think we can get through it.
All right. So let's move on. If we can move up to slide 14. The next thing we're going to do is discuss the key elements of the job profile and then the community engagement priorities. So those are the last two things on our agenda. So if we can move to the next slide. There are a couple of things that I want to share first. So what I'm going to be doing is, as I shared earlier, was able to meet with individual board members, but leading up to today, to hear from you all some of your key thoughts around the superintendent search. So I wanted to share a little bit about what I heard in the group, where it seemed like there was a lot of alignment in the ways that you were thinking about this. So I wanted to start by sharing what I understood and what I heard, giving you all the opportunity to provide your feedback, your reactions on the role itself. If helpful, we may have a brainstorming activity where we'll take our Post-it notes and just write up the things that are really important to us in terms of the responsibilities of the role and the skills, knowledge, abilities you hope the person will bring. So why is this important? As I mentioned, we are designing a process that mitigates bias at every step of the way. And the first and most important step to doing that is to ensuring you are all looking for the same set of criteria. So there's norming and calibrating you all need to do as a group about what you're looking for, what you're not looking for, so that at the end of the day, we're screening for the same set of things and nothing else. If you can create a performance-based interview process, what you will find is your process will be more challenging and rigorous, and you will have more candidates of color emerge as finalists because your process clears away a lot of the noise that tends to work against leaders of color in typical interview processes. By the way, this is what we've seen at teacher hiring, at principal hiring, every step of the way. When you have a competency-based screening process, you make better decisions. And so there are a few ways that we try to do that. So we're trying to have shared language and shared agreement among all of you about how you're going to identify and screen candidates. And we want to co-design processes that allow candidates to demonstrate their skill set against those competencies. That's what we're trying to do. And our hope is at the end of the day, you'll use what you learn to then inform that individual's entry into the district. So I wanted to share a little bit about what I heard from the board members in my conversations, and of course, in our exploration of the search process and other things. But I want to start by saying many of you have shared that you all are 98.6% or better aligned on the things that matter most, right? In your focus on equity, in the work you're most proud of, in the things you want for your students, you all said almost exactly the same things. So I want to share a little bit about what I heard and give you all the opportunity to respond. So as you're listening to me, would love for you to be either taking notes or just jotting down or just noting for yourself the things that feel like, yes, that hits the spot, and the things that feel like, I think she's missing something there, okay? So we can move to the next slide. So there were a few things that I discussed with board members. I asked each of them what are some of the strengths that we want the next leader to protect and sustain? I asked, what are some of the challenges that need to be addressed? I asked what they saw was most important as the key responsibilities of the role. And I asked what people saw as the key knowledge, skills that they want individuals to bring. So first, in terms of strength, everyone talked about the community of Durham. Different words were used like active, vocal, engaged, interested, and some version of caring, as we saw in the shared purpose, that we're representing the people who are not present, that we're reaching out and talking to especially members of the community that have been excluded in the past, maybe have been marginalized in the past, or maybe are so frustrated they don't see the point in showing up. So it was important that the next leader is coming in, as we said earlier, someone already said this, right? Wanting to listen, wanting to hear, wanting to learn, valuing the partnership with community. I asked board members what they're really proud of, and just about every single person mentioned the racial equity policy and your work in support of your LGBTQIA+ community. Also mentioned your intentional efforts over time to support your students of color. People mentioned affinity groups, people mentioned all sorts of efforts and policies that were made to support your students of color specifically. Partnerships with community organizations, including higher education, institutions, nonprofits, and others, as well as being strategic about which partnerships you engage in. So that was something that board members talked about. Many of you mentioned the redistricting work that's underway in the district, having your strategic plan in place, your language justice work, and the diversity and the strength, bless you, of your school leadership. I could go on and on and on, but these were the things that were most frequent in my conversations across all board members. And why this is important is we're painting a picture for your candidates, not just about what a beautiful opportunity this is, but also we want to avoid leaders walking in and disrupting things that are just getting off the ground, that are really important and valued. We want them to understand what is really the things that you want to make sure you're sustaining and championing with your new superintendent. So wondering if you have any reactions or thoughts around strengths to protect and sustain.
Just the 98.6% aligned. It just it's not as close as biology, right? Like we're 99.9. But what I'm just saying is we're all human and we all care. But you know how we go about it and what priority or what comes first or whatever. There might be some differences with that. But I appreciate you reflecting that back to us in terms of having individual conversations and saying, you know, at the end of the day, like everyone cares about everything that's here and more, right? Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
The thing I would add is we've done some intentional work around curriculum and seen growth from students around that academic growth. And so how to continue to enrich those curricular programs that are working so they continue to be more culturally responsive. I think it's something that we love to keep continuing to grow in, but I think there's been a lot of curriculum and intentional work around academic supports for our students. And then I would add plus that, and I think this goes along with intentional supports for students of color. We still have a lot of room to grow, but being restorative when it comes to the ways that we address concerns around discipline for our students as well. And that's things I would want to make sure we protect, sustain, and improve as we continue to grow.
Absolutely.
So I would also add just, and you saw how you got here, I mean, how we got here, the wages for our staff, like paying people better than the state pays them, like trying to take care of our employees as part of our family. And we've also done a lot of environmental and sustainability work that is important and needs to be continued.
Excellent, thank you. All right, so if we move on to the next slide, let's talk about what were some of the top challenges that you all want your superintendent to address. So many of you mentioned a need to rebuild trust, and that was in lots of different ways. Rebuilding trust with the community, rebuilding trust with families, with parents, even with the board potentially. Rebuilding trust seems to be an important area of focus for the board. Rebuilding the district's leadership team. So many of you are very present to the fact that there are a number of vacancies at the leadership level in the district. And knowing that this is going to be something it's going to be an immediate task for your incoming superintendent to be able to address. Having vacancies at the leadership seat, at the leadership level, at the cabinet level, that can be a benefit, right? Because you're not having to come in and make difficult decisions if people aren't in the role. And it's also a challenge because that historic knowledge may not be there that incoming leaders will rely on and look for. But it's an important contextual factor that many of you pointed out. Some of you talked about how proud you are of the great policies in Durham Public Schools, and the fact that there are cutting edge, amazing policies that are at the forefront of the work happening around the nation. And there's a need to complete implementation of those, to do them well, to put them fully actualize those things. So that's really important when you're comparing the policies we're really proud of to, and are we there yet? Are we living those things out? Board is saying that we've got some place to grow there. Just about everybody said we need support for our principals, for our educators, support, development, retention, attraction, development, retention. So everyone is thinking about wanting the superintendent to ensure that we're not losing a lot of our principals and teachers, that we're making sure they're feeling well supported, have what they need in order to be successful. School finances are, something that's on top of just about everybody's mind in Durham, but certainly very much at the forefront of what the board is concerned about. So being able to strengthen school finances, manage the finances in innovative ways, and ensure equitable distribution of resources at a time when finances are really tight. So how many of you mentioned really wanting to understand how the superintendent would evaluate and understand where the financial resources are being invested, where those resources are resulting in good outcomes for students, and where you might refocus or reprioritize based on the results that your investments are having for students. Many of you mentioned a persistent opportunity gaps and persistent achievement gaps, even in your higher performing schools. And wondering about why there are different outcomes for students connected to race and ethnicity, and wanting to see proven track record in your candidates at being able to address those things. I say that with what Board Chair Umstead just shared about having made progress in very meaningful ways and seeing the possibility and the need to do more. And then several of you mentioned declining enrollment and concern around declining enrollment as well. So again, this is one of those things where we could spend a lot of time talking, but as you're thinking about the top challenges your superintendent is walking into, I'm wondering if this feels right, this is what resonates, what things you might include in your list. Yes.
I think maybe we'll get to this and what we're looking for in a candidate, but persistent mental health challenges among students.
Yes. Mental health, social emotional learning is a major focus for many board members in our conversations, but I really appreciate you lifting that up. And I will add, it was named for students and for staff as well.
I think this is a great list, and I think I would expand the strengthening school finances to more broadly district finances in, with the context being just the fact that public schools are, and public educational systems are being asked to do more and more with less funding now. And so any leader will need to be able to navigate that challenge at the district level and then the school level.
I'd add, I think this is connected to rebuilding trust is really building a strong culture of Durham Public Schools. I think that as we have strong mission and vision and values, and I think what does it mean to build a culture that supports that, from how we engage with community, how staff engage with students, how we talk and speak with our families. I think that really strong culture of this is how Durham Public Schools operates will be really important, and I think it's a part of that rebuilding trust.
And I want to add one more, which is communication. I think we have lots of good practices, but I think on all levels, there are like communication with our staff, with our parents, all of that we continue to, that continues to be something we need to work at.
Communication was definitely something that is top of mind as a responsibility, as a skill, as a challenge across all levels. The need for good communication is something that everyone is wanting to make sure your superintendent is providing.
I'd say vacancies, and particularly in EC. And then I would say, I don't know if this list captures the need really for so much focused work in language justice and outreach into the community, that specific community, with intentionality.
Okay, let's move on to the next slide and discuss key responsibilities. So we will have more things that we will add to this list. But I wanted to explain that there's a responsibility discussion and then there's a competency discussion. So the responsibility discussion is, what are your day-to-day tasks? What are the things you get done in your job as superintendent? That's what this first slide is about. And then we're going to talk more about the kind of skills, experiences, values, beliefs that you bring that help you carry out these tasks well. So just as an organizing feature here. So what I heard over and over again was the need to establish a clear vision for student success. And what I want to say about this is people talked about the importance of believing in the potential of each and every one of our students and establishing, building, reinforcing a culture where everyone understands their role in achieving that. And so, you know, the kind of my shorthand for that was building a clear vision, but I want to explain there's like a lot more underneath that. The second thing everybody mentioned was the need to attract, support, and retain exceptional leaders. Everyone, obviously, people talk to me about wanting Durham Public Schools to be a place where Staff want to come and they want to stay because they feel supported, because they have the resources they need to do their jobs well. And it is a fundamental role in many of your opinions for the superintendent to be able to build a strong leadership team, to support those leaders, to hold them accountable, delegate well, collaborate with them, so that leaders are able to carry out the work of the district well. So there was a systems view of being a place that attracts and keeps great people, but then there was a reality of we want someone who builds strong leadership teams. That was top of mind for many of you. This next one was another very top issue. Many of you talked about wanting to see a leader who sees, values, and listens to our families. And there were different aspects of this that everybody touched on. But the main idea was back to the comment earlier of we want someone who is deeply interested in engaging people authentically, hearing what they want, hearing what they need, hearing their hopes and what they're looking for, and engaging with community to move forward the work of the district. And it seemed like part of it was coming from this earlier comment about feeling a need to rebuild trust, not as a statement of former leadership, as a statement of where you see things today. So I want to name that. To the comment about district finances, that the finances seem to be elevating to a level of this is a job you got to be looking at every single day, and implementing the district's racial equity and LGBTQIA policies. The whole student is missing from here, so I'm going to add this exactly to Vice Chair Chavez's point. This idea that you're addressing whole student needs, serving students holistically, that you want to see achievement, not just in academic outcomes, but also in students' readiness to take on whatever they desire once they graduate, whether it's a career, whether it's technical training, whether it's college, profession of their choice. And that for many on the board, or all of you on the board, this isn't just a question of standardized tests, although some like measurable outcomes, and talked about that very explicitly. All of you were thinking about how we define student success holistically, and how we support student success isn't just teaching and learning. It is supported by a strong foundation in mental health supports, social and emotional learning supports, restorative practice. These were all things that you were mentioning. So let me pause there and see what's resonating. What things would you add? What things would you change? What things might you lift up to be their own headline as a key responsibility?
Can I ask a process question? What happens with these key responsibilities? Like, are this what it happens to go on the job description, or inform the job description with additional information? That might help me know what to add and say on this one.
Yeah, so we're trying to build the job profile. So we're wanting to gather each of your responses, reactions to what could be the key headlines. And based on our discussions, what are some of the big ideas underneath each of these that we would put in a job profile?
Are there others, like a set of more of standard things that you typically do, or will it all be driven from kind of the things we're sharing today?
Yeah, it's mainly right now informed by the one-on-one conversations I had, by this conversation, which is why if we want to get additional insight, we might use the Post-its or something like that. And then our team will be creating a drafted profile. So we're going to need to decide at the end of the meeting how you want to get that profile to a final version.
I appreciate this and all these points resonate with me. One of the things that I feel like we may have overlooked as a collective is that the superintendent needs to know how to or have a skill set that allows them to carry out the vision of the board. Yeah. One of the things that I loved about Dr. Mbenga is that he understood that he served at the pleasure of the board, and the work that he was doing was based on the vision of the board. And so we don't want to lose some of that.
And so, and this is just a point of clarification, would you prefer not to say establish a clear vision, but rather implement a clear vision? Is the notion of the super, because this can be a decision point for the board.
I think that they're two different things.
Yeah.
For me, establish a clear vision for student success is a how and a management process. But being able to carry out the directives of the board, willingness to carry out the directives of the board, willingness to work in partnership with the board are going to be key responsibilities of a new superintendent, of any superintendent.
Got it. Thank you.
I think about maybe execute a clear vision or execute a clear plan. But I also wanted to add that a key responsibility would be implementing or to implement the successful growing together redistricting plan, or to what I was thinking was oversee the implementation, the successful implementation of the growing together redistricting plan, which will take several years. And another one, maybe just tossing it out there, increasing enrollment.
Is there one about culture here, like the culture of, it's a growth mindset, but it's also a joy of learning. It's inclusivity. It's all of those things, right? The Durham-y things that come up in almost everything we put in writing. And that love of learning, like.
I like that a lot.
The key responsibility is to be able to work with the board as well as a county manager and county staff. And I think to serve as the spokesperson, the champion of the leader of the school system in the community as well. So that's happens with the board, happens in our county commission, county manager, as well as with the community, which I think includes establishing and building really strong relationships with the community as well. Business, sorry, I'm gonna just keep going. Community members, business leaders, our foundation, like there's just so many different folks that I think the superintendent plays a really key role.
All right.
There's also a notion of innovation, I think, leadership that needs to always be in this community. We're not a status quo. We're always stretching and growing. Yeah.
Yes. So innovation came up a lot. And actually, if we can move to slide 20, just 2 slides. Innovation was, I think almost every single person used the word innovation when I spoke with them, although I somehow left it off of the slide. But I was thinking it was a skill set. It was, to Board Member Rogers' comment, how you get things done. What people were talking about a lot was, we want someone, we're at a time where we have certain constraints and challenges which means we have to be creative and innovative in the way we solve problems, the way we find solutions. People also used innovative to talk about wanting leaders who are constantly out studying what's happening around the country, finding the things that are working, being willing and open to try new things, perhaps take some measured risks, to think about doing things differently, to meet student needs. So that was how innovation came up in my conversations.
That makes sense. And I think as described in that way, and as we had discussed it, it feels like a little bit like a competency, but also just a value and a mindset.
Yes.
Because some people bring that more than others, and just the way they see the world and the way that they see the work that they do. I think we value that.
So, yeah, go ahead.
This might be on the other slide, but I think evaluation is also a key responsibility of this person, whether evaluating your folks that report to you, the employees, also leading like a culture of evaluating what we're doing to see what's working, what's not working, evaluating our finances, right? It touches all the different pieces of our work, and I think we're connected to this innovation. How do you look at what we're currently doing, understand what's working, what's not working, and consider what we need to shift and change on and moving forward? Could go in both of these categories, maybe.
And it could be two different things, right? How you are holding people accountable and how are you measuring, monitoring the work of the district and making decisions as a result, communicating that to others, that kind of thing. So I feel like a lot of these things we've talked about in different ways, but I want to share some of the things that came up. People said, we want leaders with a proven track record. We want someone who can tell us how they've done the things we want them to accomplish here. So having some sort of a track record where people have implemented policies like the ones you're implementing here, where you've seen measurable outcomes in terms of student success in the different ways that we're describing. As we mentioned earlier, communication, people use the word coalition builder in multiple conversations. So collaborative leader, coalition builder, excellent communicator came up over and over and over again. High beliefs and values around student potential, which was sort of what we were talking about earlier. Strong racial equity lens. And to this, people were talking about reaching across lines of difference, understanding your lived experience and how it influences how you show up as a leader, but also being, very responsive to other cultures, and wanting to engage with other people, understanding the dynamics of power, how they show up in different situations. Also, again, this piece around supporting and developing leaders, and then I just added this innovation conversation that we were just having. Who's going to say this is a unicorn first? So anything you especially like about the skill sets that you're seeing, anything you would add, anything you feel like we overlooked?
This might be connected to proven results for students, but an instructional leader feels
Oh.
important. The person may or may not have been an educator, right? I think there's an opportunity for that to be, anyway, that's a different conversation, but I think someone who can lead the proven results for students and who can lead us in thinking about instruction and support for all of our students.
Absolutely. and how we talk about that, what it looks like in terms of their past experiences. I think you raise an excellent point, because one of the things that we also try to say is, what are the minimum criteria? Are we looking for 10 years of leadership experience, 20 years of leadership experience, a PhD or master's degree, an educator, someone who's been an educator, or are we willing to consider people who haven't been an educator? These are some of the things you want to think about.
Are those incompetencies, or is there another like kind of?
It's like minimum requirements, and it follows.
Right, and that's a different conversation we would get to.
No, happy to take your thoughts. Happy to take your thoughts around minimum requirements, and I can share with you kind of where we go from here after tonight.
Are there state statutes that guide that or no? Somebody has to be licensed. or-
Yeah, no, there's alternate licenses. You don't have to have a superintendent's license. And so there's, and, you know, have to live here. So in Durham, but, a lot of that has been softened, in terms of the requirements.
I was just gonna add, I'm just not sure which one it falls under, but just that not a minimum requirement, but a strong skill set around administration. Going back to financial management and those needs, along with redistricting. So just think about those strong administration skills and leadership.
And some of this came up earlier, but I wonder if it belongs in competencies or maybe somewhere else. But this, I think we need for this person to have a strong racial equity lens. And we also want this person to add to that. We want this person to just have experience with and an ability to be mindful of our vulnerable and our marginalized students generally. So to me, that all like, we have a very large immigrant population, recently arrived immigrants, that I think that it would be great if our incoming superintendent had experience with that, with English language learners, as was noted earlier, and I think is the case across the country. Like, we struggle to provide the support needed for our students with disabilities, and I think we want that to be a focus in our district moving forward, and we want to serve as a model for other districts and how we're able to serve those students as well. So just thinking about these different populations that tend to fall through the cracks, making sure that this superintendent can navigate that and support those students in the best way possible.
I don't know if it's adding or it's actually a little different, but I think like the superintendent needs to be an excellent manager and coach of his or her employees. And so we have executive directors and leaders of so many of these different departments. And what I would be looking for is someone who can listen, ask good questions, coach, push, and put the right supports in place for those leaders to really thrive in their specialties and their roles, and is making sure that they're bringing the right people to the table around all the different decisions that need to be made in the district, that collaboration is key. So we're talking about instruction. Who are all the people that need to be at the table to increase that instruction? And I think that their main job as that manager of those folks is really to do that work to coach, support, push, challenge, evaluate those people to create really great results for our students.
I have a few things to add as well. Talking about the racial equity lens reminded me that I would like the superintendent to have an intersectional lens, and maybe something around familiarity with discrimination based on disability, based on legal status, based on language, based on various things. Sometimes we wrap things up under one thing, and it's not one thing. There are lots of different ways that our students and systemically discriminated against and all of that. We need to address that. So that's one. Another thing that I was thinking is for this person to be trauma informed or use trauma informed approaches. That's something I'd like to see us just maybe, I think we're doing it in different ways, but have maybe a district wide sort of approach around that. And then the third thing which was mentioned was around like evaluation and monitoring, something about being effective at however you would put this, like kind of overseeing evaluation and bringing that like flexibility or managing teams in such a way that they can be flexible, pivot based on data, based on what we're learning through that evaluation process.
Also, sorry, it's also like visible in schools, like this unicorn might as well like be, I mean, yeah, and accessible to staff needs, right, and student needs and family needs. Right?
We know you're out there. Since this is recorded, yeah, you'll watch it one day. We know you're there.
If I could give just a slightly more thorough answer to the credentialing issue with the superintendents, and it's in the statute 115C 271, and it does give very broad discretion to the local board. It says the local board has the sole discretion to elect a superintendent. But then it goes on to say that the state board shall adopt some rules associated with it. It does say at a minimum, each superintendent shall have served as a principal, but hold on. Then it says, or shall have other leadership, management, and administrative experience. And so it's not, you don't have to have been a superintendent. You don't have to have been even an educator. There's a separate, but you have to have some leadership, managerial, administrative experience. And so, our experience has been that anybody that's had that level of management, past management roles, that they're qualified. So just wanted to follow up. Thank you.
I'm gonna add one more. I think this is my last one. I think problem solver is a competency, someone who we navigate lots of challenges in public schools, and someone who has the ability to, and I believe that's a collaborative problem solver, get the right people around the table to figure out how do we come to solutions. I think we have bold vision, and it's going to take some really good collaborative problem solving skills to get to the goals that we want for our students.
I like the emphasis on collaborative problem solving too. Well, there's lots here. What we're going to do next is we're going to take all of this good information and we're going to draft a profile for you. The profile will describe Durham Public Schools. It will describe the role of the superintendent, those responsibilities, and it will describe the competencies and minimum requirements. It will be a starting point. Given our discussions today and the desire to move as quickly as possible, what I'm going to propose is that we send it out and each individual board member provides feedback back to the ALMA team with your comments on the profile, and then allow ALMA to incorporate each individual board member's feedback and get it back to you all in a revised profile for you to be able to discuss and hopefully vote on to approve at a future date. This could happen hopefully in the next, I don't know, as soon as possible, and would likely be a meeting that I would join virtually to allow you all to be able to vote and approve the profile before it gets posted.
I was just thinking about timeline. So because if it is a meeting that we're scheduling outside of this process, then I mean, not outside of, what I mean is outside of our normal board cadence schedule, or would this need to be something that's on the board cadence schedule? So I guess when should we expect, all of that to say, when should we expect to hear something from you all just to get, thinking about timeline? Was that,
So we would like to be able to post by next week, Friday. Um, yeah, yeah.
so tomorrow or schedule a meeting next week to approve the profile? Okay,
I know you have a meeting tomorrow, but not again before the 19th, correct? Yeah.
correct.
Okay, so our last,
So just so I'm clear, you all, do you know, you have a approximation about when you would get it to the board so that, because you all would want to schedule a special meeting, but you really don't want to schedule it until you have it, have given feedback back and then received the proposed final one, and then you would schedule a proposed, I mean, a special meeting presumably to do it, and you want to get that done by the 19th, right?
Or we could do it backwards and say we want to get it done by the 19th, so there is a board hearing scheduled, I think, potentially for the 18th. I don't think we've noticed that yet, but that date has been tossed around for the budget hearing. We might be able to attach something on that. I do know that conflicts with some of our calendars and schedules. But if we want to do it by the 19th, the 18th at the latest is the day that we could vote on something.
yes, that would be great. We can have the draft to you all by Monday and then provide, if you all could take 2 to 3 days, get something back to us by Wednesday. In terms of your individual feedback, we can have the final draft by Thursday for you to vote on.
Wednesday at 5 p.m. Is that Wednesday at 8 a.m.? I just want to get
Uh,
clear around this timeline.
Noon would be
Yeah.
good, so we can get it to you and hopefully so you could post it before the meeting.
Can you say it one more time then?
Noon on what, so we can
Mm.
deliver it to you by noon on Monday and then have feedback delivered back to Alma by noon on Wednesday, if that's possible. We would then work right away to incorporate all of the feedback. So we would probably have the revised draft to you by first thing Thursday morning.
So I have a question. The draft document that you would submit to the board, would that be open for public consumption?
So if you're asking me
terms-
whether that would be a public record, the answer is yes. But the board, it's still in process, right? I mean, it's still in process and the board would be working through it. So it's not a final document at that point.
So a draft would be posted when we notice, or a draft would be posted when?
You would, if you had it, you would attempt to include it in the agenda items for if you're adding it as a special meeting on the 18th, is what I would think you would do.
So the revised version would be what would, I think what would be posted. And that would be Thursday morning.
Trying to work backwards. If we need to have our agenda posted by a certain time, then we might actually need the profile before that Thursday morning. But I think that's where you were going, Ms. Rogers. Our meeting agendas are typically, I think the statute says 72.
48 hours for a special
just do-
meeting. If you're doing that, you can add that to, if it's a Thursday one, you could add an additional special meeting. But you don't have to include, you just post it as superintendent search review or to review, potentially approve the profile, then you would have given the public notice. And if you still work being done on the draft, then you can post that at any time. I mean, as better so that you all, everybody has an opportunity to look at it, but but that it's not required that you put all of the items in time of posting. The key is to let public know that you're having that meeting and what the topic is.
Thank you. That's helpful. So I think we can still keep that timeline of Alma will send a draft by Monday. We send feedback. The board will send feedback by Wednesday at noon, and then Alma will send a profile back by Thursday morning. This is all assuming that we can have a meeting next Thursday. Head nods, yes, Thursday next. I know that Ms. Byer is out of town, but she trusts us to make it work. So we'll check with Ms. Valladares, but I'll have, hold Thursday. Hold Thursday, April 18th.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, so we got like 2 minutes left, so I'm just going to share some quick things. If we could move to slide 22. And thank you, person behind the glass. I hope to meet you. I haven't seen you yet, but I appreciate your presence here. All right, so want to just start by saying that one of the things Alma talked about during the interview process, continued to mention this evening, is how we center our work with community voice. And there are 3 ways that we propose that you do this and that we have done multiple times in all kinds of search processes. The most important thing is that community voice is engaged early to inform the entire process. So you already have insights from your strategic planning and other things, and we want people to have the opportunity to sit down with us and share their lived experiences, share what's important for them right now, in this moment in time, in Durham Public Schools. We like to have opportunities for small group conversations where you're not just having the person who happens to have the mic be able to dominate, but where every person has the opportunity to speak with us. We want to be able to host monolingual Spanish conversations. We want to be able to host conversations that are designed for people that are not neurotypical, for people that may have different needs in order to engage fully in the space, designed around that accessibility and inclusivity, rather than creating a space and accommodating their needs, but they still have to adapt to the neurotypical way of receiving information. So we're very interested in creating those spaces and being able to think about needs like sensory processing, childcare, totally different things, right? But what are the ways in which we make it easy for people to participate? The second thing is that we are transparent throughout the search as much as possible. So we're sharing frequently what is occurring, what the board is learning, what we're hearing, what we're doing, how what we heard from the community is informing our practice, even if, as we expect, there will be different points of view, right? But you heard them all, you understood, and you made a decision about a path to move forward. So how we provide those regular updates are very important. And then finally, meaningful participation in the finalist stage. And so this is going to be a design decision for this board. But for certain, your interview process should be built on and developed with in mind the priorities shared with you by your community during this early stage in the process. It is something we want to share with you all at a different meeting, especially because we're out of time, about the different ways in which you can enable community participation at the finalist stage, whether it's an open or a closed process. So for us, the bottom line is that we have seen time and time again, boards make better decisions when it's not just them in the room making those decisions. In other words, you will learn a lot about the ways in which your candidates engage with people other than the board. Enough so that we want to find ways to bring those voices, that presence here, especially in a community like Durham, where your community is used to being very active and vocal. So we will have more time to talk about that. We're not tackling that this evening. But those are the three ways that we work thoughtfully to engage community. My last slide is there are three main ways, if we can move to the next slide.
While they're moving to the next slide, sorry. In the community voice, one thing that hasn't come out or been very clear is like, will there be designated spaces for educators and administrators to be able to share their voice and experience in a safe space that doesn't necessarily expose them to
Yes.
the general community? Yep.
Yes, so actually, if you can move to the next slide, there are a few different ways that we do this. So we'll have larger community gatherings, which are the opportunities for large groups to come together. Even in those, we get everyone together and then we break out into smaller groupings. Our hope is to create as safe a space as possible for people to be really open and candid with us. So we do ask for press not to be videotaping the private thoughts that people want to share. We create surveys so that people can submit their thoughts anonymously with us if that's what they prefer. And then we create focus groups by role, exactly to your point, where whether it's teachers, students, the EC team we talked about earlier, the different central office staff and leaders, principals, without their supervisors in the room, to be able to share their perspectives with just the ALMA team. So typically, we might have board members join at the front end of those meetings, thank everyone for being there. Some boards want to be present and in the room, and community expects them to be present. And then others, people really don't want board members present, and so boards know better than we do what's going to feel more comfortable to the community. But we do try to not just have broader where anybody can come, but also more defined by roles so that people can speak with us. We will also, we're very comfortable doing a combination of virtual as well as in-person so that we can find odd times of day when more people can participate. The goal is to get as many people in as possible. So we're looking now at May 6th through 8th. And what I wanted to share is there are a few things that we want to do in support of this. So the first is that your communications team has a list of organizations that the district typically engages. So we'd like the board to have that as a starting point, but we want to give each of you the opportunity to say who are leaders in the community, organizations in the community that can help us reach as many people as possible. And what we'd like to do within the next few days is to be able to reach out to leaders to say, we're coming, if you all agree with May 6th through the 8th, we'd love your help, maybe coordinating a group, bringing together some of your members to have conversations with us, because we think this is our best chance to get out and be able to sit down with people in their spaces rather than them having to come to us. And with the people that they trust in the communities that they're a part of, to be able to share their points of view with us. So that's kind of an immediate next thing. The other thing is if you move to slide 26, and then I'll stop so people can respond, is also if we move to slide 26. It's also giving you the opportunity to take a look at some of the key questions we want to ask people when we meet with them and provide your feedback on those key questions. Make sure that the things that we're asking are things that align with what you want to learn. And here again, to the things where you feel like we already have this information, here's what the right next level of discussion is that we want you to have. That's the kind of feedback we'd love to get from you. So that's the quick rundown on community engagement, and what we really just want to ask this group is want to know if there's any specific guidance you have for us in how we carry out community engagement, the things you're going to be looking for in terms of what we report back or how we do this, that so that it really does meet, your expectations around how community voice is engaged in the process.
That's a clarifying question. Who decides, when it comes to like the interviews and the focus groups, who's in focus groups and who's invited to those processes?
Who's in focus groups?
Yeah, like who decides who will be in the interviews and focus groups have one-on-one teachers, students, principals, staff, parents, and community partners. So is there a process by which you decide who is engaged in those smaller interviews and focus groups?
Yeah, so we are trying to invite as many people as possible, but it starts with us getting the list from communications of all the different community organizations, leaders that you would like to engage, and having you all provide some of that guidance around how you want us to engage. You'll know better than us if we think this should be an individual meeting, or if we think this could be a focus group with a couple different organizations, or how you think that should look. And we're working with your communications team to utilize all your normal channels of communication with parents, staff, students, to be able to get the word out about these opportunities. So we'll be establishing a schedule if we're good with these 3 days of May 6th through the 8th. And then, this is a good example of the kind of thing we would probably work out between meetings of like, who are the best people. We've already been connected with some of your staff, so they're able to tell us how they would do something like this or what's been done in the past to be able to coordinate that. But really, the board is advising who we're meeting with, and our goal is to make it as accessible to everybody in Durham that wants to be a part of it. The trickiness is having people to know that it's happening and feel like they had the time to plan to participate. That's really the harder part. So we're not expecting necessarily to cherry pick like who's invited. We want everyone to know and be able to opt in. Sometimes there are, like I was sharing earlier, organizations or like your teachers union might plan an event and bring their own people to meet with us, and that's perfectly fine to us as well.
When, just for clarity for me, I understand the kind of wide lens around the community gatherings, but for who would be in the smaller focus group that you're saying you would just take whoever, like, who shows up? Or is there like a survey where it's like, I want a deeper conversation, and then you just see whoever shows up there? Or is there kind of more intentionality around which teachers and principals and students are showing up in that room?
So we typically try to schedule multiple times when teachers can come and ask them to pre-register so that we know we've got the right amount of people in the group. So that's typically how like teachers will be done. Students, sometimes the principals organize those, and they will have a group of even 30, 60 students even, or the district may have a student advisory council. So it's a little bit of depends on what some of those things are that already exist, and what's going to be the best way logistically to get to the most people. Students are usually more the administrators in the schools that help coordinate that.
And does the list, I don't see, I see staff, but like central office or some of those kind of members who are not in school buildings, would they also be included in the focus
Yes.
groups as well?
Absolutely. So we will be providing for the board a list of what we have in mind already as a starter list. But what we really need though is for the board members to make sure you're adding your input on who should be included, who do you know, whether you're willing to make the connection or if it's okay for us just to contact them. And also if you have a perspective on if it should be a focus group or one-on-one, whatever that is. So we'll provide that information for you very soon. We're going to be meeting with the communications team on Friday, so they're aware that this is a request, and they're already looking to make sure what they have is the most up to date. And the thought is it'll be more efficient for you to start with what you already know than trying to create something from scratch. So we'll have for you all as a follow-up, both the key questions for conversation, but also the starter list of groups to engage. I'm sorry, we're going to say something?
Yes, a couple times. No, I know you didn't, it wasn't you. So I'm just wondering, did you mention that you also could go to the organizations where they're meeting at, so they don't necessarily have to come to one of the bigger forums if that's the possibility? So then you're nodding yes. I'm wondering how flexible you would be with this timing between May 6th and May 8th, because there is an organization that meets the first Thursday of the month. That would be May 2nd. They have the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People. They have a general body meeting. A lot of retired educators, elders, leaders from the Black community that attend that event have said that they want to be a part of the process. They do have guest speakers come. So do you have any flexibility to consider that date? And you don't have to answer now, but just want to put that on your radar.
Yeah, so we were told that May 2nd date is when you're having special awards happening that day. But I would love to, we're aware of that, an organization would love to see if there's a way for us to participate. So yes, and that's a great example where their convening's already occurring. And I'm sorry if you were trying to chime in and I wasn't noticing. I'm sorry about that.
No, I'm kidding. I was just trying to make sure Bettina was done, and then I couldn't jump in. My
Okay.
timing was off. No, it wasn't you.
Oh, got it. Okay, so May 2nd as a way to follow up.
Yes, that would be
Um,
good.
Yeah, and seeing what's possible on that date for sure.
I really think this is my last question on this point. I have some more for later. But do you all also, as you're going through that engagement process, kind of keep track of who you see and who you don't see? I think oftentimes when we do community engagement, there's the people who always show up, and then there's people that we might have to go out and say, hey, come on, Ms. Chavez, I need you to come to this meeting with me. And so how do you kind of look for that during the process, and what is it? Would you be open to re-engagement after the 8th or that last day to make sure that we get all the voices and perspectives from our community?
Yeah, we're tracking that both in the in-person and in these individual meetings, but also in the survey itself. So we've been known to extend the survey response. We're watching it from the start. Feels like there's a certain pocket of the community that's not in here at all. Other places feel overrepresented compared to your student population. So we'll be watching that as we go. We are constrained by time, so wanting to be as efficient as we can be to get as many of these conversations in so that then we can come and present and share in mid-May. We don't want it to be to the point where we're presenting community feedback when you're sharing your finalists. So we want it to be early enough that we really can utilize those insights for the design of the process. So thinking probably as far out as the week after our visit might be the latest we would go, but we're very open to doing meetings virtually before, if it helps with getting people in. And of course, anytime I'm here, very happy to meet with the group. We want to hear those voices all the way through. It's just that the majority and, what gets reported out would probably be limited by the dates on our timeline.
I like these questions you've written. I can tell you might have done a search or two before. So the only thing I was wondering about is like number 4, where you're opening it back up, you're kind of that. Is there a reason it could one add at the end something to understand about DPS or Durham, like just to make sure we get open it beyond just the district in that question? Or
Absolutely.
Yeah.
These are your questions, so you can adjust these however you want, and we expect you'll make them better than they are. So especially knowing that you've just gone through a round of community engagement with a strategic plan, you might have some real ideas. I know it's late in the evening to be asking for a lot of creativity around this, but we'll give you time to look at them after today. And we'll have all the way until May 6th when we're here or when any virtual meetings start. But very comfortable adding Durham to that question 4.
One more thing that stands out to me about these, also, I do love them generally, but I find that sometimes it's easier for parents, or caregivers to reflect on like their specific experiences in their schools rather than this like broader Durham public school. So maybe if we could include some other questions asking about like what they love most about their school, about their child's school, what do they see could be an area of improvement there. And then from that, we learn about district-wide needs.
I think that's a great point. And important to note that we also edit these for students. So we're asking the questions in different ways to your students. Your students are going to have the very best insights for this process. And by the way, they're the toughest interviewers. So, but yes, I love that. And I think we can go back and think about how do we put this, make sure this is going to resonate from the parent's perspective, who's usually really engaging with school through their students, through their children and their neighborhood school.
You talked about one of the questions is 2 to 3 areas of improvement for Durham Public Schools for the next 3 to 5 years. And I'd be curious, I think this question needs some wordsmithing, what people want to be true about Durham Public Schools in 5 years. And I think that just frames it of like what they want to see us focus on or what they want to see the school district or your individual school. I think that's an excellent point. Most people are seeing the school system through their role or their school. What do they want to be true for that place in the next 5 years?
About Durham Public Schools.
Yeah, but yes, and to Jessica's point, to Ms. Carlton's point, so many people see the school system through their school. So they might be able to talk easily about what my individual school is, or the department I'm in, the role I'm in, how I engage with the school versus that longer term picture.
Yeah, I like the word focus that you use there as a way to focus thinking, yeah.
I think too that they can be somewhat separate. Like there's the what you love, what's going well, areas of improvement, and what's your vision? Like picture your ideal school environment, your ideal educational environment for your kids. What does that look like in 5 years, right? So those can be 3 separate things that kind of build on each other and inform one another.
Hey, I didn't see you come. It's like you magically appeared next to me. Welcome back. So we were just talking about the kinds of questions we would ask in our community conversations.
Heard that my colleague Giovanna was mentioning some potential conflicts with meetings, like Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People. So important. I think that those are the kind of things that we wouldn't want to miss, opportunities when the community gathers. And that's why I was like, yeah, just wanted to say being mindful of and leveraging these opportunities when folks are coming together to have discussions about education, the education of our children. I think that that's important as well. And there's also like informal, like affinity groups and grassroots groups that are also gathering and having conversations, especially around disabilities. You know, that is a very important conversation in the community around what school systems in general are doing or not doing for different, for disabilities, right? And people with disabilities. And there's been that request also to be very mindful for the next leader to understand that there are communities that want to be engaged and want to talk about how to improve And that's just in general. I think in general, we have to do better, right? For non-normative communities that are legit, that are valid, that are here, that need to be treated fairly and equitably, and who want the next leader to understand that there's a lot of work to do in general. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have more, give you more time to be able to think about these, but we'll incorporate the feedback already and make sure that you have that. And we can provide these questions by Friday. And again, similar to the job profile, we'll ask for each of you just individually to send us your thoughts so that we can make sure they're all a part of it. So if we could move to slide 28. So there are a few things that are very pressing to do next. We need to draft the job profile. So we've talked through step by step how we're going to do that. We need to design the community survey, which this is a part of that. But this is a good example of the kind of thing we would work with 1 or 2 board members, get sort of a draft together, and then get it out to the board to make sure you're comfortable with the community survey. We want to identify the stakeholders for interviews and focus groups. So I shared that we're working expeditious as fast as we can to get a list of the organizations, groups. And I think what we'll do to Board Member Lewis's comment is maybe add a place where if you know of a meeting that's already scheduled, that you can let us know. And if there's a specific person you'd want us to coordinate with around that. We want to confirm the site visit. It looks like we'll be here May 6th through the 8th, if that's okay with everybody. And we'll create opportunities for virtual focus groups as well. We have a question about May 2nd, and so would love to follow up with Board Member Lewis to learn more about that and see what could be possible on that date as well and how we could participate. In addition to this, we have said we're going to work with Ms. Lewis to identify biweekly meetings.
With Ms. Smith.
Sorry,
That's okay.
Ms. Smith. Sorry, it's late. Not Ms. Lewis. We're working with Ms. Lewis on, yes, thank you. We're working with Ms. Nicole Smith on scheduling biweekly board meetings through the search process. And then we have the chair and vice chair checking in with board members on the notion of who could be coordinating with the ALMA team in between board meetings. I think that's everything. We laid out the timing around the job profile earlier, but the quick summary is on noon Monday. We'll send you all the draft. By noon Wednesday, individual board members will communicate directly with ALMA with their feedback. ALMA will incorporate that feedback and provide a revised version on Thursday morning so that the board can vote on Thursday, April 18th. And ALMA will then post on April 19th. Again, just recognizing that after community engagement, the board may make changes to the profile.
And I would just be remiss if I didn't mention that besides the affinity groups that I was mentioning, including for language access, like, you know, you have Foro de Padres, Sembrando Raíces, you have, you know, DPS Foundation also is doing work along those lines. So is Student U, Boost. I mean, there's so many parent affinity groups. The constellation is pretty large. Besides these groups, there's also Somos Latinx, which is the educators in DPS and some of the leaders of that group. These are DPS stakeholders who happen to be Latino, Latina, Latine, who also, you know, meet and talk about, you know, the district, and their insight is just incredible. They're some of the most hardworking, resilient, folks who have been like uh, holding that work in terms of inclusivity, language access, ways to improve, and helping us grow our programs, including dual language immersion programs. So Victor Hiraldo, Dr. Jose Cardosa, and so many others.
Yeah, Ms. Valladares, Monica's gonna work with Office of Public Affairs, and they're gonna give us a list of all the community groups they already have listed, and then we'll have an opportunity to add even more, because I know all of us have a rich connection with lots of different grassroots groups and more formally organized groups, so we'll be able to provide a lot of that feedback. Monica, can I ask something from you? I think one thing you mentioned earlier we didn't touch on was what meetings you might be here in person for and what meetings you might be virtual for. And we also know that we've got some decisions that the board needs to make in this biweekly schedule. And it'd be helpful for me just to kind of know week by week what we are going to be thinking about or working on, or decisions need to be made. Because I think for me, that might inform whether it might make sense for you to be here in person or to be virtual. And I think it might just help us kind of get a sense of what we need to be working on when. So I think if maybe Alma could provide some type of calendar, even though we don't know those dates, but this week this week this week this is what the board needs to be considering and thinking about.
Yeah, so the first starting point is that slide in the deck it's laid out almost week by week. I think there are a couple weeks that are not included there, but we have we can provide a more detailed summary, especially now knowing the cadence of meetings and what's coming when. What will we be ready to discuss at each of those? So happy to do that for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that'd be really important, and I would love if we know which ones you need to be here so we can go ahead and schedule that in advance. I don't know if other board members had preferences on in-person versus virtual. Monica's presence being in person versus virtual.
I'll just say this is that I love that we're starting out in person, because I think it's important and we all get to have conversations and meet. And I think that personal connection at the onset is super important. But I do think that we have to also be mindful of schedules and work that can happen even concurrently. And so I'm definitely very open to the hybrid. We can meet through Zoom, have conversations. The one-on-ones that you started are great as well. Thank you.
Yeah,
Board can't meet.
the board would be meeting in person, and then you would have Monica come in. If it's a Zoom meeting, would come in through that way, since the way your policy reads on that. Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions for Monica before we dismiss today? Other comments? All hearts and minds clear? I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Move that we adjourn.
Second.
Properly second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? With that, we're adjourned.
Thanks.